Where are you at? You know you vanished off my screen. Alright, I see you now. I thought they fixed the rendering distance.
Oh.
Did he put gates around the purple one?
Yeah.
Well, just know it might take me a second because I don't have my stacks.
I don't know, I only have 48. This isn't our purple drop, that's someone else's. They need a wolf thing out.
So what, they're not even killing it?
That's what I was saying, if you go up there.
Whose purple drop is it?
I don't know, but ours is up there.
You're gonna have to get. You're gonna give me a second. Did you not see where I am?
No, I don't know. But I just took all the way from my phone.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I haven't did anything. I'll have to look at it and take care of it afterwards. You in a real dangerous spot to be worried about that. So now I have to go look and see what he's on about.
What are you on about? What are you on about?
I guess something took out of the account and he said something about it, house note. Or the car note. Like, where's the ads? This is boring. I have no no stats at all.
Answer right here. Right there. Oh, who's this? Coming up on a dodger.
Look like they were just trying to get by. I don't see anything. I'm losing my 14 stacks. You do know the wyverns are coming. Move! You titty. Man, I will fight you. They should be coming. Right there. There should be more wherever they are. Wyverns always come first.
There's So yeah, I'm right here.
Uh-oh. I think this is an Enraged Rex
What?
in front of me. It's glowing. Isn't this what one-shots you?
That is an epic friend. Yeah, one of those.
Make sure it doesn't one-shot you.
I can't on here. I got a full shadow on.
What the fuck? Like it's fighting something that's not there. Oh, there's a kangaroo. See, the kangaroos are over here. See, I could have came with a kangaroo. That doesn't mean eat it. A rock golem? Oh my god, rock golems do spawn here.
What the hell?
Ooh, look at the obsidian I got. Here, I'm dropping the stone. I got a lot. 300 obsidian, or almost 300 obsidian for eating it, and crystal. I didn't know rock golem spawned over here.
Told you they did. Comes from the water.
Let's go to the other one. Now it's coming. They're coming right now. 3 wyverns coming my way. Why are you running out there? Just stick your head out with your dinosaur so you don't even get hit. You don't listen. You're stuck on your booty hole.
What's all that stuff?
Is this really supposed to be a purple drop?
Yeah. I have to come on this side.
Why don't you have the bird inside the freaking little thing right here?
Oh,
Yeah, so how are you supposed to transfer meat and shit?
but we're not trying to transfer me. I got the cap for me. You know how much material comes from them? We're going through that and save everything for the bird.
I'm getting sleepy. What's taking so long? It's almost as slow as you.
I am not fucking slow.
You are slow.
Oh, no.
You are.
No, I'm not.
You're like prehistorically slow.
Get this up with that.
You wanna fight? I'll pull out the whip.
Yeah, good.
I'll third punch you too. Right in the
Yeah,
I feel a nap coming in my face. I woke up at 5 this morning and I was fucking tired.
you're not.
So I can teleport back?
No. You stand here for an hour. Yeah, we've done an hour's worth.
It's a slave labor child loss.
Think of the material field up the deck. And the blueprints too.
That's fucking was making a bitch.
Don't go allergic.
You're a pretty princess.
I know it's been heavy on your mind about why we've been coming to the show, and you've been anxious to find out.
Yes, I have.
And I just want to let you know that over the last 5 years, I done had sex with over like 100 women.
Are you serious?
I'm sorry. I love you.
Oh, that's fine, son. Because they are not drugs.
What am I supposed to do? Hey, what am I supposed to do when you... Man, I was sitting down. How much did you know?
Bring me out here!
I love you, though. Man.
And you claim that you love me?
I do love you.
You don't love me.
I do love you.
I can't. Why would you do this? Oh, I
Man,
cannot
you already know how much I love sex.
Oh,
Man.
oh, what do things got to do with this?
I know it's been heavy on your mind about why we've been coming to the show. You've been anxious to find out.
Yes, I have.
And I just want to let you know that over the last 5 years, I done had sex with over like 100 women.
Are you serious?
I'm sorry. I love you. I love you. Man, I love you.
Get away.
Man, what do I supposed to do when you? Man, how much did you stop for?
Don't bring me over here.
I love you though.
Man,
And you go in to love me. Why would you do this?
man, you already know
How much money is it that you make?
$8,000.
$8,000 a month and you don't give your son any money. I left because I realized that he was for the streets. Let me have some more money because my baby needs it. Like football, basketball, he does all of that. You said 200 for football? I said 500. No, you said 200 for football. And then I have to buy equipment. So I need 500. Okay, so it's what you need or what you need done? Son needs 500. 500. What about basketball? Basketball probably about 300. I think I'm gonna put him in karate too. You just came here to waste my time. I just want my son to be in everything. I just want him to be great. It sounds like you want to tell me you want to put him in everything so you can get more money out of his hand. And I'm sorry, I'm not here to play in your little petty game. I'm not going to do that. So you know what I'm going to do? Since you came here to waste my time, I'm going to make sure I don't waste any more of yours. I'm denying your request and dismissing this case. How much money is it that you make?
$8,000.
$8,000 a month and you don't give your son any money. I left because I realized that he was for the streets. Let me have some more money because my baby needs it. Like football, basketball, he does all of that. You said 200 POV. That's what's up.
Yes, it is.
Why?
I'm tired of all the rules and regulations. I'm tired of not being able to think on my own. I'm tired of I can't have phone calls after 9.
No phone calls
I
after
feel like
9.
a prisoner in my own home.
Whose rule is that?
I feel like I'm his child instead of his wife.
Are you listening to me? Whose rule is no phone calls after 9?
It's his rule.
Oh, really? And what? So you have rules and regulations in a marriage?
Yeah. He's self-centered, demanding,
Self-centered.
always yells. I can't speak my mind. I can't speak. I don't have opinions. Or I get yelled at, screamed at.
What do you have to say about that, Mr.
It's
Shaw?
all lies.
It's all lies?
Yeah.
You don't have any rules at your house?
Yeah, there's no phone calls after 9 during the week. Nobody needs to be calling my house that late. I feel it's rude to call anybody's house after 9 o'clock during the week. People need to get their rest to go to work and make a living. You know?
What if she thinks that it's not true? That
Well,
she
that's
can
her
receive a phone
problem.
call
You know,
after 9?
I don't know what to tell her. You know, I was raised like that, you know. I was raised with a little bit of
But you're
rules.
not
She was
raising
raised totally
me.
different, where she had no rules or nothing like that.
So why'd you
I don't-
marry somebody that didn't have rules if you wanted somebody that was raised with rules?
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
What?
Rexes.
Well, I'm cleaning his sock because he's not even doing it.
One of those Rex.
I'm lagging.
Why do you have your mic open?
So you'll fuss.
Like, come on. There must be something for your side because there's nothing on my side.
I think it's underneath the ground. It's blinking underneath the ground. It's right here underneath the ground.
Invisible line, movement circle is there.
Yep, and it's able to attack me.
Let me run down the channel and see if there's anything.
It's right here. It's pushed in the ground. I think it's a rock drake or something because it keeps on making the sound like it's a rock drake. Or not a rock drake, what's the little things that bury themselves? A reaper. A reaper. It looks like there's two of them. There's two of them underneath the ground. But it happens when you put the barriers up, it glitches them. That's why people don't use them. So, we might be here for a little bit.
Well, let's until the next wave starts.
Whole thing is, it's just a matter of respect.
It's just a control issue.
It's not a control.
He sets the rules, and I had no say. I had no.
It's my home.
Yeah, it's his home. I can't even speak for myself.
Did you say it's my home?
Yes, it's my home. She hasn't contributed a dime to our household since we've been together. When she did work, I never asked her for money.
What do I do?
But she would never.
I don't take care of your son.
Never offered to help. When she did work, I was always me, everything coming out of my pocket.
But now that I can get a job, it has to be his standards and his hours. Because I can't have a daycare and I can't have a babysitter because he doesn't trust anybody. So only he can watch him in the evening. So I have to get a job on his terms.
So you have to get a night job.
Yeah, but no, and it's not just I was going to get a job from 6
don't know, you're starting to do
in the
something.
morning, but he won't let me make that on my own decision if that's too much on me or not. He just plain says
You don't
I
have a
can't
plate
do
to
it.
get mine.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Overshaw. Do you think your wife is capable of making those kinds of decisions about what she can?
I wish things were different. I wish things were different.
Why do you got that plate?
That's fine, yeah. But when it's
Where's one of them plastic
affecting
plates?
our household, then I have a say in it also.
But it's affecting your household about the finances. She doesn't have a say.
You know, I don't know what to tell her. That's how it's always been. That's the rule I've had when I was by myself.
And that's the rule you're gonna have when you
Till the day I die.
to the day you die.
That's how it is.
Then maybe you need to be by yourself always.
Maybe I need to be. I never planned to be. The whole thing, when she even did work, she never did contribute to the household. I've never asked her to contribute.
And we never asked
Okay. Yes, I would like her to, but I don't ask her because then when she goes back and tell me I'm contributing and all that stuff,
because he doesn't say this.
I make a plan.
Listen, I said, save liberty mutual.
Oh, holding pay?
Why?
I'm tired of all the rules and regulations. I'm tired of not being able to think on my own. I'm tired of I can't have phone calls after 9.
No
The first time around home,
Whose rule is it?
I feel like I'm his child instead of his wife.
Are you listening to me? Whose rule is no phone calls after
It's his rule.
Oh, really? And what? So you have rules and regulations in a marriage?
He's self-centered, demanding.
Self-centered.
Always yells. I can't speak my mind. I can't speak. I don't have opinions. Or I get yelled at, screamed at.
What do you have to say about that, Mr.
It's
Obashaw?
all lies.
It's all lies?
Yeah.
You don't have any rules at your house?
We have no phone calls after 9 during the week. Nobody needs to be calling my house that late.
What?
Even when he put the shield down, they didn't come back.
It's because you put it down previously. That's why they're glitched in the ground. You're not supposed to be using those shields on this map. That's why you don't see anybody else using them. Because dinosaurs get glitched under the ground. Alaric!
Margaret.
What? Hey, go give when you put your plate down because I gave you my spoon. Come and give me some ketchup, please. Yes, I want ketchup.
Not a bad, they're getting stronger.
Yeah, squirt that ketchup up. Yeah, squirt it, boy.
Some in.
There's nothing in that. Stop! You be mean to her. Where's another ketchup at? No, there isn't.
Eat more. Eat.
No.
Eat.
No. No. You can call your unloved child that. But you're not calling my baby that. What are you talking about?
I think I'm a fat person because all my dog's name is Rocket Food.
I mean,
Got another thing got s'mores.
I hate to tell you this, but y'all kind of do eat like fat people. Huh. Huh. Yes, you do.
I call my dog, people ask me if I'm on the 600-pound stuff.
Fine, we're gonna call her Taco. Yep, then none of y'all can say shit because then it's named Taco. Her name is Taco. Come on, my little Taco. Where are you, my little Taco dog?
Mom, it's still food.
I don't care.
Mom, you said the one for all the things.
And you gave me a baby squirt. No, I'm fine. Really? Don't make me ground you until you're 21.
Hey. You made me.
I'm just gonna stand here, ain't shit coming. It's because Michael's head is so big.
I don't even know what wave Charles is wanting to go to, knowing that we're going to be sat here for hours.
I don't know, you can ask him. Sooner or later, I gotta go back.
Huh?
I said sooner or later I have to go back. I do have babies out.
I feel it's rude to call anybody.
Plaintiff Sonia Ledner, she says she gave the defendant a bail plasma money to get her boyfriend out of jail. And the defendant owes her money for the remaining bail because he's not giving it back to her. The guy thinks he can operate any which way he likes, but she's here to send a message he can't. He wants the $720. This is the defendant, Tom Evangelista. He says he's well within his rights to keep the money the plaintiff is suing him for. In fact, this whole lawsuit is downright ridiculous because she's suing his person.
Why? Why? That didn't answer.
On the assembly line. Bailing on her custody.
So? Stop.
Please.
Stop.
Puppy.
Party sleeping his right hand.
Making her shake.
Plaintiff says she bailed her boyfriend out of jail
Please.
and gave the defendant, bail bondsman, money and says now the bail bondsman is stiffing her.
Please,
But the
Mom.
defendant says he owes her
Why
nothing.
are you not
That's what he
doing
said. No
fines?
bail on me.
Thank you, Douglas. Okay. Sonia Leonard, you are suing Tom Evangelista and his bail bonds company. You do not want me to mention the company name?
That's correct.
All right, you're suing him for $720.
Swear if something happens to my dog, I'm gonna be pissed.
Bail bond. That, according to you, he refuses to pay. What's going on, Ms. Leonard?
Well, at the end of January last year, my boyfriend, he got arrested for burglary and threat. So,
Burglary and threat. That's what really happened.
well, he went to his ex-girlfriend's apartment in Astoria to get his stuff from her apartment to my apartment. And he knocked the doorbell, but she didn't open it, so he threw a brick in her apartment, emergency escape. And he went there and he got a kitchen knife, and he threatened her and her adult son. And he said, "Give me my stuff," but she didn't. Instead, she dialed 911. So he put the knife back in the kitchen, and he ran away. And then he went to my apartment, and the next couple of days, the detectives rang my doorbell, and he arrested him.
Imagine that. And, boy, we didn't see that coming. Okay, now how long had you been with this man?
For 2 months.
Okay.
And he went to central booking, and he called me, and the bill was about $6,000. So I was looking for bail bond and the bill, so I found Tom, and then so I went with my friend Shondell, who was.
Why'd you go with Shondell?
She was employed, I was unemployed, but I had all the money. And Tom, the bail bond, he told me they have to be employed to sign the contract.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, Judge, we can't hold somebody liable for a $5,000 or $6,000 risk if they're not employed. The judge will not sign the bond.
All right, so then the friend comes in, and does the friend sign the paperwork?
Yes.
May I see the paperwork?
Yes.
All right, so where's your friend? Why isn't your friend here?
Well, she's not my friend anymore.
Oh,
and
okay.
She moved to Jamaica because we were living together. We were neighbors in Corona.
Okay. All right, so he gets out of jail. He's grateful to you, right? You're his woman. You are the woman taking care of him, right? You are his savior. You're his mama. And what happened?
Well, they told me if he disrespects you or if you want to put him back in jail, call us and we'll do it the day he comes to us. So
they told you if he's not nice to you, we'll bring him in?
If he disrespects you.
If he disrespects you in any way, we'll bring him in.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, so what happened?
So he was just cheating and lying. So
no.
That's how guys are nowadays.
No, that's not how guys are. That's how the guys you pick are. On my guys aren't like that. I'm going on 20. Okay, so I don't get it. So now here's the guy. But who would see this coming? He's cheating on the other girl with you. Okay, he pulls out a knife on the other girl. By the way, was there like some prior court contact between her and him?
Judge, when she first came in, she had mentioned that there was an order of protection.
What? You had an order of protection on him?
No, we just
met a girl.
She had mentioned there was an order of protection. I was under the impression it was her, but we found out later that it was the person that he went back.
The victim of the burglary.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, Judge, just for the record, these are the charges that he's charged with.
Yeah, let me see them. All right, so now here's this guy who pulls a knife out on another woman. And you can't wait to bail him out so that he can treat you like the princess that you deserve to be treated. And then it turns out that he's cheating on you.
That's how I found out. And
who saw that? writing on a wall. And so he pulled a knife out on you?
No, he wasn't physically hurting
Okay,
me.
so how'd you find out he was stepping out on you, honey?
Because he just says, "Oh, I have to go out on the street," and they're saying, "Oh, I have to go visit her on the weekend." He doesn't come home.
Oh, he tells you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
and then
he says I'm cheating. Oh my gosh, that's a novel approach. You liar. He just tells you?
or he just runs away. Bottom line,
No, but does he tell you?
pretty much.
Oh, he's pretty much did. But I mean, does he tell you I'm going to visit another girl? Deal with it? Wow, that is disrespectful. So what do you decide? I'll show you. I'll put you back in jail.
Well, it was on a Wednesday evening when I asked Shondell, let's go down to the bail bond and put him back. And I never want to.
Nope, you're like a woman scorned. This is delicious. Go on, go on, go on.
So if somebody that you were involved with pulled a knife on you, pulled a knife on somebody else in the heat of anger, didn't stab him, but pulled a knife, would you stay with him?
Heck no, I wouldn't stay with him. Obviously, he's gonna get abusive with me later on. So what if I was thinking him bad for like a second, and then he just pulled that big knife or little knife at me? So.
Okay, fair enough. Now, what about a guy? Would you leave a girl, say, if she did that to some third party?
Definitely, I would not stay around. That's nothing I would do. That's not
It's a warning.
Exactly.
Nobody wants a psychotic.
Exactly. Nobody wants
Words to live by, going inside the courtroom.
So you go to Shondell, who's still your friend at that point.
Yeah.
And you say, let's show him.
Let's show him.
Yeah.
Revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's beautiful.
Go on, mine or is no one's.
Yeah, he's yours or he's no one's. He's yours or he's the Department of Corrections. Okay, so go on.
And so, me and Shondell, we go over there, and I say, well, he's being really nasty, and I don't believe I can stay with him. I want to put him back behind bars. So
Is that what she said to you?
No.
You have a document, don't you?
I certainly.
That her friend who's no longer her friend signed?
Her friend signed a document
Let me
saying
see
that
it.
she wanted to surrender the defendant back to the court.
Yeah, let me see the original, please. So do you go with her on the 8th to tell him I want you to pick him up?
Yes.
Okay, and does Shondell sign something in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Did she read it before she signed it?
Probably.
Okay, here's what it says. Do you know what it says? I no longer feel I can ensure the defendant's appearance at future court dates and therefore no longer wish to remain liable in this matter. I am familiar with the contract I signed upon posting the bail bond, a contract which states that if I have to pick him up, I'm going to charge you 15% of what the bond is. And Shondell signed. So what happens is you pick the guy up and you charge how much?
15% of the bond, Judge.
Which was what?
$862.50.
Okay, and that, ironically, is the money that you were expecting to see back. When this case has been over?
Actually, once we surrendered him, Judge, our bonds were exonerated. So in that particular case, yes, our bonds are over. The case is still open.
The case is still open. All right.
Correct.
So here's what happened. You and Shondell are going to teach a man a lesson, which is delicious. I personally would pay $800 for the privilege. Okay? But I would know that I'm paying $800 because I can read. Perhaps you and Shondell cannot. Let's just say this contract doesn't say this. Let's say it says something else. Yo, ladies, that is awesome. You are going to get your revenge. It's going to taste so sweet. You're going to be chest bumping about this when your old lady's drinking martinis. You've made the guy go in. Now you have to understand that every pleasure in life has a cost associated to it. Remember the contract you signed? When you signed that contract, you said that you would pay me 15% of the bond in order to rearrest him. So I'm taking him in, which is going to cost you 15%. 15% is about $800 of the bond. What that means is that it's costing you the $800 because that's going to come out of your hide and not my hide. You get it, girl? So make sure this revenge is worth it. You still want to do it? If so, sign underneath. If it said that, would you have signed it? Okay. Oh, does it have to say that? I guess not. How sweet was that revenge? Because guess who it's going to cost? It's not going to cost you. It's certainly you got that much going for you. It costs that cheating, lying boyfriend of yours. But by the way, and for the record, you're not on the contract. Just so that we're clear. And when you're not on a contract, you don't have what's called in law privity of contract. It means you don't even get to sue. The person who would get to sue would be Shondell, who apparently has figured out that she doesn't get the $800 or has not, thinks she's probably going to sue you in about, in 2 years when the case is over, thinking, where's my money? The case is over. I'm supposed to get my money back. But Shondell's in for a rude awakening if she watches the People's Court. Meantime, you do not get to win this case. Okay, so that's a nice, neat little package. The only thing we don't know is what happened to him.
Oh, yes, there was charges added on. The defendant was still threatening the ex-wife or girlfriend, in fact.
How do you know?
When you make a call from Rikers Island, they record it, and he was calling her up and threatening her over the phone, and the district attorney pulled the tapes and...
oh, my gosh. Is there just no end to the lunacy out there and the stupidity? Thank God. Thank God.
The big sign that's up that says all your phone calls are being recorded.
But no, he's special. His isn't. Oh, my gosh. Just amazing. But you, of course, would write the bond again.
No,
right?
I would not.
No?
Once we revoke a bail, we never rewrite it.
You never rewrite?
No.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, folks. Judgment for the defendant. Good luck.
Thank you, Judge.
That was fun.
First, we get to talk to the plaintiff coming out of the courtroom here. What's your comment?
Please, mom, get your child off melatonin. I'm going to tell you it's the best thing I ever did to my child. I thought it was the best decision ever to put him on melatonin.
Says he collects cars and stored 4 of them at the defendant's lot. The guy is now holding hostage, demanding a king's ransom for them, and refuses to release them off his property. He doesn't know what to do, who to turn to, so he's suing for the value of $5,000 and hopes the judge sees things his way. Dominic Laudisio. He says the plaintiff hasn't paid him any money for the storage of the cars in 8 months. So you're darn right he's going to hold on to them. He'd like nothing more than money he's owed so he can get rid of them. And the plaintiff will sue for all. Here's the car. The defendant is on the counter suit for $3,800 for unpaid storage fees.
All parties, please raise your right hands. Welcome back to the People's Court. Next case in the docket. The plaintiff is a big-time car collector and says the defendant is holding his whips hostage. But the defendant says the plaintiff hasn't paid for storage in 8 months. It's the case of no cash, no carry. Can you get some of this one, Your Honor?
Thank you, Dennis DeFranco.
Yes, good
You
morning.
are suing Dominic Laudisio
Yes, ma'am.
for $5,000. The amount you say you're out is actually $15,000 for cars of yours that you've stored with him that he refuses to release to you. You have a counterclaim against him for $3,800 for storage charges that you say he hasn't paid. What's going on?
I was desperate for storage. I needed a place to store my cars. A friend of mine told me
How many cars?
it was 14 total at the initial time.
And why were you desperate for storage?
Because I had a shop in Long Island, but I was moving to North Carolina, so I needed to find a place to store them. I had a transport scheduled. When I met with this gentleman, we worked out an arrangement for storage.
What was the arrangement?
I believe it was $200 a month for 14 cars, as long as 14 cars remained. I had the 14 cars there. I got a transporter to get the first run came
What
through.
kind of cars are these two?
Two 1967.
It's not dying because you got that barrier.
SS's.
The barrier
I think
glitches
there was
them in the
5
ground.
Rock Z Camaros. There was a Daytona 500 pace car Trans Am. There was 2 special edition GTA Trans Ams and 2 Mustangs.
Okay.
Not all cars were in good shape. Some of them were rough. Some of them were in good shape, and there was 2 cars that were just recently painted.
Okay.
I have all the photos of the cars before they went to the shop and while the shop.
Okay. So the agreement is you bring him the cars when?
I brought the cars to him in August, I believe, towards the
What
end
year?
of August or September.
What year?
Last year, man, I'm sorry.
August 2011. And then you're supposed to pay him $200 a month. And when you
Yes.
drop the cars off, did you pay the $200?
I gave him $400 down, $200 for the first month, $200 security, as we agreed.
Is there any argument about that? Did you give?
Yes, ma'am.
According to you, how much did he give you?
Complete opposite.
How much did he give you?
The deal started in July. He only gave me $200. and he didn't pay me a dime thereafter.
Do you have a receipt?
He refused to give me any paperwork.
Then just refused to give him cars into cash. I don't understand.
I was desperate for storage at the time.
Why would he refuse to give you any paper? Why don't you just write down on a piece of paper, I hereby acknowledge receiving $400, and then you'd have a receipt?
There's no written agreement whatsoever, even on any.
That's worse. I'll get to that in a second.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you're paying him cash, and you have no way to prove how much you paid?
No, ma'am.
That's crazy, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mike, pay attention.
You don't have actual paperwork about the storage to begin with.
No.
All right. And
get off me.
It happens in August. According to him, it happens in July. All right. So then what happens? You do arrange for transport for the majority of the cars.
Yes, I moved 9 the first time. About a month and a half, 2 months later, I came back to New York, spoke with Dominic.
Yeah, but even by your math, then a month and a half, 2 months later, after that, you're already owing more storage fees. You're not paying them?
I gave him the money when I picked up the second.
Okay, but you're behind on storage fees, correct?
Yes, but we had phone communication.
How much behind were you?
It was 1 month.
So now you owe what? Another 2 months?
No, because when they took the first 9 cars, we renegotiated our deal. There was no longer 14 cars. There was only 5.
And what did you renegotiate it to?
$100 a month.
Okay. And
So
is there a dispute about that?
Yes, ma'am. It was $400 a month.
So according to you, the charges are $400 a month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now,
Nothing in writing?
Yes.
What?
I gave him a regular card, my business card. On the back, I put down received $200, balance of $400. It was supposed to be a 6 weeks total. I can't have that amount of cars when I'm applying for the town totals. The place has got to be cleaned out, and they want ownership or titles to the cars that are on the property.
So you end up telling him it's going to be $400 a month.
Yes.
Or do you he owes you $400 more for 6 weeks, which is the limit that you're giving him? But
Right.
that doesn't end up happening.
No, I stuck with the cars.
So according to you, they come. We all know they come and they get 9 cars, and then now there's only 6 left, right? 5 left. And so of the 5 that are left, are you charging him the same thing for 5 cars as you were for 14?
Yes.
But why would you continue to charge $400 for if there's only 5 cars left? Why wouldn't it be lower?
Because I didn't want the cars there in the first place. This was only supposed to be...
Why did you let him in?
As he said, he was in trouble. I got children of my own. I've been there. If I can help you, I'll help you.
If you can help him, now you won't release the cars to him. You got a counterclaim for $3,800. It wasn't very helpful. That's how you shoot your shoulder.
Why are we making this the hard way? If you have a deal and you leave cars on someone's property...
The problem is I have two flopping set of guns giving me 2 different versions of what the deal was.
So if you had a lot of expensive cars, like Jay Leno said, would you ever store them with a business without having a contract?
Not at all. If I had an expensive car, I wouldn't rely on someone.
Hello?
What are you doing?
Entertaining Chloe and her little friend that's over here.
Are y'all sick today?
No, but I ain't fully dressed, and she's got that boy over here.
Okay. I'll do something else.
I mean, you can come over here, but just know that she's got her best friend over here.
That's fine. I'll stay. I just haven't talked to y'all in a while. I've been come back, haven't done anything. I'm just gonna get out of the house. I'll be riding the bike.
Shit, I need to go ride the bike.
Do what?
I said, shit, I need to go ride the bike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up making you get a membership with me out there to Planet Fitness, and when me and Chloe go, you can go with us. So you can do that during the day.
Now you sound like Debbie.
No.
You've been riding my ass about getting a membership for years. I don't know.
Well, honey, there's a lot of women that go out there too.
Okay. Planet Fitness. That's the old gold gym over there by office. Isn't that where you talking about?
No, I go to Planet Fitness. It's over there near Big Lots. I used to go to Gold's Gym until they changed it, and They changed ownership.
Planet Fitness is the one that they were made the news a year or so ago where they were letting transsexuals in the women's bathroom.
No, I didn't know about that.
Well, it is. Planet Fitness. They were in the news. But, oh well. Obviously, you haven't seen it.
No. I mean, they didn't say anything last time I spoke to anybody, but then again, they probably wouldn't tell me if I'm paying.
What are you talking about? They wouldn't tell you if you're paying.
Well, they're not going to sit there and tell their members that they're on the news.
Well, don't worry about it. If you didn't know, that's something you don't got to worry about.
Well, hopefully it's not the one in New Bern doing shit like that.
It was the corporation, whatever. I don't know where it was.
I was about to say, I've not noticed any transsexuals out there, just a bunch of older people. I normally go early in the morning.
Go do what you want to do. I'll talk with you later.
Well, I ain't doing anything right now.
I'm gonna go ride the bike. Do something else. Get out of the house.
Alright.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's keep it.
I'm overweight and can't move.
There are times where you do need to store it.
I'm overweight. Turn around. I don't know why you ain't dropped the RG so I could drop this weight. I'm gonna end up dropping the freaking poly too.
Because the material that we get when we finish is are way more valuable than what this shit is.
Should have brought the dreadnought. Next time I'm not gonna listen, I'm just gonna bring it. I can fill the dreadnought up. Dad just called me trying to come over here.
Did you tell him he could?
I told him he could if he wanted to, but let him know that Chloe has her friend over here.
Again?
What you mean again?
I mean, he was over yesterday.
You didn't hear? Well, yeah, he's visiting for the holiday. We celebrate Easter over here. I mean, I thought you heard him when he came in and said, hey, Chloe's mom. No?
How many waves is Charles Minor doing?
I don't even know how many we've done.
A lot.
I guess I'm dropping the hide. So I guess I need to drop the meat out my backpack too.
Thanks. I'll keep the meat in the backpack. I'll check the meat in my backpack.
Well, I'm almost full with nodes. And don't forget that I got the obsidian and crystal too.
Need to ask him how many more he's time I'm doing. How many times I tried.
So the question is, would you ever do it without a contract?
Never without a contract. The contract gives all the details, tells you how much, when, and seals in your deal.
I gotta say, I mean, that's the whole thing, going inside the courtroom.
I've got you telling me it's $400 a month. I've got you telling me it's $200 a month. I've got you telling me you paid you $200 and nothing more. I've got you claiming to have paid I don't know how much. You know, do you see now why things should be right?
I understand, but I did
Is there
say
an email, a text, a phone message, anything?
No, all I have is registered letters I sent out to him.
Let me see those. And so now, when do you finally get your act together and go to try to get those 5 cars? According to you, you give him more money when?
It was about 45 days later, I went back with a tow dolly and a rented truck and told Dominic that I was going to take them out one at a time because...
A tow dolly and a rented truck, and you were going to take them out one at a time and put them where?
I had to move to North Carolina. I had a 2-wheel tow dolly in his shop at his yard with my other 5 cars. He made me give him another $200 to take the black Camaro out.
Do you remember that? Did that happen?
No, ma'am.
Do you really think he would have? Do you really think he would have let me take one car out of there
No,
without
I
paying the
don't.
money?
How did the black Camaro come out?
Because he needed the black Camaro to sell it to somebody to make some money so he can pay the next guys to come and get the other 4 out of the yard.
That's a lie.
According to you, how much money have you paid in storage?
Total of $600.
And according to you, how much money has he paid for storage?
$200.
According to you, how much are you supposed to be paying in storage? $200 for the first 2 months and $100 thereafter?
Yes, ma'am.
And according to you, how much is he supposed to be paying in storage?
$400 a month flat. And I heard nothing. Let me finish. I heard nothing from them for quite a while, up until they sued me.
God bless you. God bless your son.
Okay, so there's no wives' tale. Though when you see the last person to speak told the truth, I don't believe you. That old wives' tale, just an old wives' tale.
What?
He asked how much more do we have to check the babies. Said let the seal pop back up. We can go check babies. We gotta go check babies.
Mike, you can stay and I'll go check babies.
Well, I need to cook some food too. Hungry, I'm not able to.
So it's not really the babies, it's you want to go cook. After you made me come over here.
It's both. I mean, you made a comment that you got babies out. I mean, it's 7 o'clock in the evening. I have to eat. I'm not ate all day.
Give me 4 minutes for the show pop up.
He said give him 4 minutes and let the show pop up.
That's fine. I mean, I'll be back once I've cooked something to eat. Said I got an empty there and turn on too. I still need to do that.
We're just about level 30.
Okay, and what level is it at?
I have to look at it. Look at it. It's been there like 15 or so.
All right. At some point, his mom calls you and tries to broker a deal.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
His mom called and she said they ran into problems, and if I would make a settlement on the amount of money that they owed me. I said, look, it's clocking over $2,000. Send me $1,500 and we'll call it a day. If you need an extra month or so to pick up the cars, take the month, just pay me and get the cars off the property. She said, fine. Sure enough, the check was in the mail, but it was kind of $1,400 short. So I spoke to his mom again. She says, we're going to send cash the $100 check and I'll send you a check for $1,400. I says, no. I'll wait and send me the whole $1,500. And that never happened. So we can go back and forth tooth and nail here all day. The gentleman here is a very good liar. I've never seen better in my life.
Obviously,
everything I have on paper.
No, you don't. Don't say that. Don't you dare say that. Nothing that you have on paper.
Okay.
You don't have the original agreement on paper. You don't have the price on paper. You don't have the date of the transaction on paper. Your lack of paper, okay, is choking me. Don't say I have everything I have on paper. You have nothing on paper. None of you do. Neither of you do. All I have is flapping gums here and flapping gums here. That's it. I hate flapping gums. Saying the storage fees at $300 a month is an appropriate value.
It just died.
The amount he agrees that he got, you don't have to pay.
It just died.
$2,800. By the way, you said July, and then your lawsuit and your counterclaim, you said August, not July. So just a moment.
The truth, dude.
Right? Just a moment. Okay. So that makes the verdict for the defendant on the storage fee is $2,500. Upon payment of that,
Freaking eyes bugging me.
Matrix.
Got something in my eye.
How many waves have we done?
I don't know. He said he ain't looked. I got dirt or something in my eye. It fucking burns. Put eye drops or something in my eyes. Next waves are started, Mike.
That's fine.
I gotta put eye drops in my eyes. Quit running, Mike. You look like a flaming fucking chicken with your head cut off. Why are you running? Well, I hate to tell you this, but I'm near about overweight.
I am too, I've just been dropping stuff.
And I'm fucking lagging like super hard.
Yeah, there's another.
Smell my butt.
Now becomes something to go. Run off somewhere.
I'm regathering meat. Because I had dropped it. Where are you at?
Well, it's really alright for 20 minutes while I'm going to teleport back now.
Well, hopefully you're following me.
Well,
Going where you need to be going.
which is where?
So you can teleport away.
What?
After I kill this stuff. Shit. There's a bunch of race shit over here. Fucking traps. Go get the Eraser X. The fuck?
Razor X is now. We're teleporting from it. Stand still on that teleport.
Make sure we're far enough away. Don't need his smart tower to come over here.
I don't put some food in the oven. So I'm gonna put the meat out and go back over and finish the job.
I'll probably drop the stuff off and then go back. can't see out my left eye. Your mantis needs imprint. You hear me?
What's going to happen is that you're releasing those cars. You have to have a place to take them. I'm going to give you 2 weeks storage free. This is covering storage up to 2 weeks from now. Okay? After 2 weeks from now, we're going to have a problem. Because under New York law, if you have failed to pick up something, you're going to need to go through your liens and everything else. The man is going to end up taking your stuff. That's what happens when you don't have the money. Okay? But you don't want that to happen, so come up with the money to solve this problem. $2,500 verdict for the defendant on the counterclaim, release of all the cars on your claim against him upon payment of that storage fees.
Well, what's the plaintiff going to say coming out of the courtroom after the defendant collects? What's your reaction to that?
Pretty pathetic that you tripped over so many lies, one after the other, and the judge still ruled on this side. That's pretty foul.
You will get your cars back at least.
How do you figure? I'm not giving this guy $2,500. I'm going right to the police station reporting for stealing parts off my car and selling them.
Okay. All right, right this way, okay? Right down there. All right, so come on in here. Well, he doesn't look too concerned about what the plaintiff just had to say. It's not my problem. You do the wrong thing. That's the kind of attitude you take. Mm-hmm. And it's to help somebody out if they were in trouble. That's just the way it goes. I'm the type of person I am. Bobby.
Okay, let me just say, you are insane to enter into a long-term deal without nailing down the terms in a contract, especially the price. And that will do it for this case of litigants. For the next case on the way into the courtroom, right here.
Want your car to smell brand new and have those plastic parts looking like you just drove it? You have to try this product. It goes on like spray paint, but it's not paint, it's silicone. It makes all your plastic trim burn like crazy. It's what the detailers are using now. Your car will smell and look brand new. It's on sale right now. You can even use it on your dash, your steering wheel. It smells amazing and it looks factory fresh, but it's not sticky, so no worries there. Want your car to smell brand new and have those plastic parts looking like you just drove it off the lot? You have to try this product. It goes on like spray paint, but it's not paint, it's silicone. It makes all your...
Instead, if you have a girl.
It's too many powerful women out here being trained, broken, and dragged through hell, fighting battles that were never meant for them. You keep catching a man's weight prematurely, thinking you're helping that man grow, but all you're really doing is shielding him from the lessons life is supposed to teach him. And guess what? That means you take hits that were meant for him. You suffered. You struggled. All because you thought your love could build a man who refuses to build himself. Ladies, let's be real. Some of these men aren't in love with you. They're in love with the lifestyle, the security, the access, and the elevation you bring. They're in love with the fact that you're carrying them when they should have been already standing on their own. And because you don't want to give up on him, you sit there bleeding, drained, and emotionally bankrupt, paying the price for a relationship that was never even graced by God to win. Stop playing Queen Saver for Joe. You are not a mother to grown men.
Yeah, girl, there's too much pants back there.
This is the real song. I'm here because my husband beat my son. He physically abused my son.
I was just sitting backstage before the show started, and I saw the pictures, and kind of hard to look at. You know, you have a beautiful blonde little boy, right? And he does have two black eyes. It's like
The eyelid was bruised.
I saw that. It looked like somebody punched your little boy right in the face, and if you get hit in the nose, you normally get two black eyes. And that's
His nose was bleeding.
And then he has this severe welt on his back, and it is shocking because you're like, either this baby fell off like a table, flat on his face, you know, with no pain in the face.
Right.
How did you discover your son, you know, with the bruising?
I come home from work, so I work a part-time job, and my husband's asleep on the couch. I asked him, where's my son? He said he's in bed sleeping, and that's why. He said, because he's being a jerk. Went in my...
Now, how old is your son? Let's clarify this for the audience.
Right now, he's 16 months. He was
16 months. He was 10 months at the time, and your 10-month-old was being a jerk.
Evidently.
That's why children shouldn't have children. So you go into the bedroom,
I turn on the light, my son's in his bed. And when I look at him, I about dropped dead. I could not believe how he looked.
And looking at those pictures, I could believe that was your reaction. How did he explain the welt on the back?
I didn't even know how to explain it. I said, it's a burn. It looks like a cigarette burn.
That's exactly what it looks like.
2 black eyes, a black eyelid, a bruise up here that they had to double check to make sure it wasn't a fracture. Scratches around the face, or around the mouth, bruise, like this, on his hand.
So when you see this, what did you do?
I started crying. I picked up my son, found him, he was drenched. I smelled him, he smelled like pee. His hair was covered in pee. When I laid him down on the changing table, diaper was barely even hanging on up his back.
And as bad as that is, with not changing the diaper, pee, and all that, it's nothing compared to the injuries he suffered.
Exactly. The pain that my son had to go through just because of whatever it was.
Was there an investigation?
They did an investigation. The doctors had to do 4 x-rays on him, full body x-rays, head, skeleton x-rays, CAT scans, and the detective said that since there was no broken bones, you can pass it up as accidental.
That's if that's the case, and I don't want to pass judgment because I don't know exactly what was said or done, but that's some sloppy police work if that's what happened. Sierra, your husband's name's Michael. Let's break.
I didn't do this. You know that. You did. You know I didn't do it. You know I love you. You know I love you. No, you did not. Not your son. Abuse our son. You hurt him. You know I would never hurt him. You want nothing to do with my son. Him is like hurting me. You know that. Doesn't matter. You feel what my son feels matters, and you hurt him. I didn't hurt him. You said I didn't hurt him. No, my son didn't hurt. I love you. You do not love your son. Stop saying that. I've been there through thick and thin. I've been there since he was born. Evidently, you have it. If you're going to abuse him like that. I've been there since he was born, and I've protected him ever since then. What do you expect me to do? How are you going to protect the son that you just beat? He fell. He hit the coffee table. How could a coffee table create burns? Because he was climbing up on the dog, and he fell. So a coffee table creates burns? No, I didn't burn. No, who did? You're the only one there. You're the only one in his care. You beat our son. I didn't beat.
I take the old boy who gets burned on his back, right? You know, babies they cry about anything. They got a little gas. You know, there's babies getting burned in its back. How loud do you think that baby was?
Very loud. And you
did you hear anything?
No.
You didn't hear anything.
He cried when he fell and hit the
Were you drunk?
and that's it. No.
Were you high?
No.
So you were sober?
Yes, I was.
Were you conscious?
Yes.
So you were awake?
Whole time.
You were awake the whole time?
Yes.
And you didn't hear the baby screaming from the burn on that spot? And this happened while you were there?
Yes.
And you admit that?
Yeah, I mean, if it...
And you have no explanation?
No, I don't.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
I said exactly how it happened. I mean,
you didn't say anything.
Well...
Try it again.
Okay. Well, she left for work normal. Every day, 4:45, between 5 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Was the stress unbearable for you?
It was...
You could handle it.
I can handle it.
Between 4:45 and 5 o'clock, she left for work.
Well, it's like Dragnet. Between 4:45 and 5 o'clock.
So, I was there by myself, as usual, every day. Playing with him, he laid down and took a nap a little bit after she went to work. He fell asleep and stayed there for about an hour and a half. Woke up about 7 o'clock. So, me and him started playing around, you know, in the living room, playing with the dog, stuff like that, playing with all of his toys. Then I sit down on the couch, start watching some TV, and here he is playing with the dog, you know, next to the table. Dog stands up and he goes to reach up on the dog and pull himself up. The dog moves and he reaches for the coffee table, misses and hits, you know, doesn't catch it and hits his face on the table. And then I automatically pick him up, bring him over to me and look at him, make sure he's fine. He's crying and his face is a little red. And when I pick him up, it looks like it's his right side, but it's actually his left. But I wasn't too worried about the details at the time. So, I mean, it was puffed up and red. I had automatically, as soon as I calmed him down, made sure he was fine. I had let her know. I texted her while she was at work, told her that he fell. And she said, okay, just let me know if it gets any worse. I'll look at it when I get home. So that was the rest, everything that happened. Me and him sat there and played for a little bit longer. And then about 9:30, I went and changed his diaper. About 9:30. I know.
She says,
I heard. I know, I heard her. At 9:30, I went and changed his diaper. Put him down for bed at 10 o'clock. Went in the living room, laid back down. He was in there for maybe 45 minutes before she got home. So, I mean, in between that time frame, there's no way that he had to go to the bathroom that much.
You know what? A lot of that story, I would say, that could happen, maybe pulling up on the bar, crack his, face on the table. And that, what is that table made of?
It was just a wooden coffee table.
Okay. So, maybe we could give you that much benefit of the doubt, but you still can't account for that big-ass burn mark.
No, I can't account for it.
Or even
because I don't know
the
how to do that.
fingerprint bruises, like this.
Fingerprint bruises, I did.
Yeah, you
I did
did.
the fingerprint bruises. He had a piece of cotton in his mouth, and I went to go grab his lips and push them together, and when he was fighting,
That'll be right there for the bruises, not all the way back here.
I squeezed his lips together, and he went to go fight with me, and left a little bit of bruising on his face to get the cotton out. And I had let her know about that automatically right after that.
No, you did not.
Did you hit your son?
No.
Did you smack your son?
No.
Did you burn your son?
No.
Did you punch your son?
No.
Who did?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Nope.
Analyze this bunch of report and tell me what questions we should expect on our call.
Todd's $12,000 steakhouse dinner?
We've always talked about trying to find another opportunity to get together and play. Thanks to the Legion for hosting this. The coffee table.
Coffee table.
Your mother is here. Let's bring her on. Her name's Patricia.
You know you beat on that baby. You know you did. You need to admit it. Instead of you being a man.
I am being a man. I'm trying to be with your family. I'm trying to take care of them. You
What?
so let me know when you're ready to go back. I don't want to be asking for that ad.
Okay, but did you get the stuff off my thing?
What stuff?
The nodes?
I don't put them off. I mean, we don't have metal right now. Yeah, that's what COVID does. The COVID injection does that.
You don't have a box for Obsidian.
Yeah, we do. Right here next to me.
me check on my dreadnoughts.
Okay.
Because your forehead's so big.
No, it's probably better that I crash now rather than when we TP over them.
Log in. Let me grab my dreadnought. You say you bring the RG for weight.
Yeah, because when we finish the drone, he's going to need the arteries in the area. So what, he's going to throw a dreadnought out over there? What, they got attack?
Have you not seen how quick a dreadnought fucking drops shit? You do know that they use them to fight Titans, right?
Yes.
She's gonna be inside the shield. It's not gonna be able to touch her. You hear me?
Yes.
How much melee did you get your Karcher up to?
1,800. When those new ones are raised, they should get 2,000. It's fully imprinted 1,200 melee.
Standing over here waiting on you.
You didn't say you were ready. You said you were grabbing the dreadnought.
I did grab the dreadnought. You told me you didn't watch me on the big Karcher walk by you. Why are you running? Sing. Why are we running? That's why I dropped a tree on you. Move! See, you take off running and use all your stamina, then you can't move. Slowpoke. I see a wyvern.
Yeah, somebody else's. Why are they hunting him?
Eat it. Eat it.
Okay, you go walk. I'm trying to figure out why this dude is landing in the middle of a fucking drop on a high level wave. Why the hell is that helicopter over?
Because he's throwing one out.
Who is that?
There, I responded.
We have one.
I said for our babies, not for you. Nobody invited you here. Go away.
Johnson, you can get me.
No. No, if we give him me, then how are we supposed to feed our shit? Dude's gonna piss me off, and I know you can hear me. You better go on. Randomly showing up uninvited.
So they still continue to stay.
Whole freaking map, and they want to come over here while we were doing it.
Yes, it's a problem.
I want to turn my mic on so he could hear me.
I'm trying to figure out why you would randomly show up on a high level wave asking to get me. the Green Knight.
Yeah, I'm gonna put meat. It's times 3. I only needed a slot cap of meat. You suck and blow. Exactly.
Okay, sorry, late guys. The whole server is disgusting.
There. I said I'm raising 30 cartridges. That's my meat.
We are raising a lot of dinos. It's a job with infinite needs, and everyone needs to be the same way then. I mean, there's been times where we've been to drops and people have told us to go on. I'm about to type that up there. Then people are going to start letting everyone farm things then fair enough, but it never works like that. Crazy.
No, you're gonna work. You've done nothing for you. You've done nothing to protect him. You've done nothing to provide for him. Nothing. Remember? Nothing. You I haven't.
So why didn't they stay on that server then?
Oh, I thought Nick was a part of EGB.
Nah, he's been removed from it.
I thought that was Bobby's husband.
Nope. The other man, the old man, not Nick. Old something. I can't remember what his name was. If he's from the other fucking map, why does he need to explore? It's the same fucking map. Just a different location. Different number.
I just said I'm all for everyone grabbing meat on meat runs on drops if everyone is the same way, but they're not. There are clowns up here that do not allow it. I mean, prime example yesterday.
Stealing child's shit. And it wouldn't be just meat he would be getting. He would be getting the freaking poly as well.
Yeah, but they're corrupted those, they can get those Venus unlimited waves, Megan. Well, my problem is that they're fussing, saying that it's not a problem, but they ain't saying that when they do it. I think I've been told to move on multiple times by happy campers when I was trying to find meat for the babies.
You should tell him that. Happy Camper ain't a friend of mine.
just said I would never steal loot, but I know that when I'm trying to find meat, I'm told to move on, so I'm going to be the same way now. Fuck it. I mean, I'm rooting for people getting meat. It's like if there's going to be a fair way for anyone. But it's not going to ever be that way, so...
What's he talking about? He said he asked. I said after you tossed your tame out in the middle of a wave. What is he saying? I'm gonna check. I got called a dude. Why is it always gotta be a dude? I'd eat you too.
I just said either way, I'll be fine with people getting meat on drops. Just the same treatment as when I need meat on drops.
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
That's my point.
What? What are they? Why do you pull the shield down?
I did.
Could be using my chairs right about now. Oh, I could go for fucking Olive Garden, telling you that salad. I don't even need any other food. I could just fucking eat out on the salad and breadstick. He said the shill's down. We gotta wait 4 minutes for it to come up, so we gotta hit it. Pay attention, Mike. See, if he kills it before it spawns and gets to our thing, fine, but he's literally on top of the drop.
I've not got a problem with people getting meat as long as they keep the same treatment towards us when we, because I've been through a few drops now, trying to kill things to get meat, and I've been told to move on, so that's how it's going to be, and that's how it's going to be for when we're doing drops too. I mean, if they're going to be the same treatment, then fine, I don't know.
I do. I don't want him here. This is my meat.
I know how bad this map is for me. My problem is that people do not to get on their drops. That is my problem.
I'm frozen. Oh, come on. Come on, game. Come on. I gotta pat the damn controller just to get it to work.
Right tracks.
Already killed one.
I lost it. Well, you're throwing the dreadnought on him.
I mean, I can, but his shield went down. Where's his shield?
Hold on.
My Karcher's almost capped. It looks like he's picked it up.
Shield?
Yeah, he picked up the shield.
That means that you maybe get to finish it then. Will you put that on the attacking target?
Where's the shield? You picked the shield up, so I figured we were done. That's why I threw the dreadnought out. So why'd you take the shield?
Well, we're just gonna have to protect the dreadnought now.
She's not aggressive.
But yeah, like, there's still high waves, and it doesn't kill off the meat, it kills off the berries.
So next time you pick a shield up, let someone know. We thought you were done. That's why I threw the freaking dreadnought out and put the fucking loot. Like, damn, why you pick the shield up?
One of us is going to need to jump on our dreadnought and put berries on it so it heals. We need to save a couple of hands on this wave and do it.
She acts like she's eating something.
Yeah, how about watch my card
The wave.
Jump on any of some berries.
She's fine.
It needs berries on it, Megan. How do I find berries on it?
RT.
Bombs over the head?
Yep.
Well, let me get some berries on it and I'll put it back into a position. Don't need a diet.
I didn't want to die. Let me see if I put this weight. Just put your meat and stuff on it, that's what I'm doing.
Just try it, it wouldn't take it.
Huh?
It wouldn't take it.
What are you talking?
My bag's on it.
No, it ain't. It's because you fill it with berries.
Well, there's no shield protecting it, so you have to move on it.
Behind you. Turn around.
Fire wyverns.
Nice. Show me where it is. Alright, let's see it. Wyvern.
The rage ranks too.
Hey, boys, Mom.
Shut up, Chloe. Hey.
Bye, boys, Mom.
What are you doing? I'm gonna have to dump the berries off of it. She slapped him back far. Damn, Rex went flying. That's right, slap him again. Yeah. Yeah. Take that hit from that Dreadnoughtus.
Let's bring Rexes on the down vent. Turn around. Three enraged Rexes.
behind us, Mike. Inside the thing. Inside of it. Start biting inside. I'm lagging so fucking hard. You lagging? Charles! I feel we're gonna DC. I hear a rock drake somewhere, but I don't see it.
It's calling the gates down. Do I need it for an audio?
Well, yeah, how you gonna carry the stuff? Next time, don't do the thing with the fucking berries. It looks like she eats the meat.
Does eat the meat?
I mean, I'm feeding it to it, and it's going up. It eats the meat.
How do I know that? No, that's a baby.
I mean, a bunch of people kept saying
Yeah,
that.
but you tried that. It didn't work.
No, I tried it with the turtles.
That's why Charles bought technology.
Okay, everybody uses an RG.
Is that all of it? Did we get it?
I don't know. You need to come to the back side of it and hit it, not the front. The Dreadnought is in the way. You need to hit it from the back. Hit it from the back. Well, I can't move it because if I whistle it, then your bird moves. He said, can we just teleport?
Yes.
Hopefully your bird's in the circle.
It is.
The Dreadnought is filled with so much meat.
Always.
Your RG you're leaving out there. You got a glitch? I'll have to get back from our car in a minute. Seriously? Oh my god, I'm lagging so hard. Since he's changed it, there's no more light inside this.
Well, we're going to send a wreck shuttle.
Well, we already had one.
Blueprint?
Yep.
Oh, we have another one. And we also got Ninja's assembly shuttle too.
Yeah, I got a Ascended Rex saddle like 2 weeks ago on one of those little blue things that I always go do.
We got a lot more black belts too.
Woo!
Well, the 6,000 element.
I can't reach the troughs in the back because I'm too overweight. Now they're gonna be funny. I keep saying free meat.
Told you the whole server was going against something now.
I don't care.
Keep them out there.
I ain't worried about Nick. There's a reason why Nick got removed.
Why?
I don't know why. I said there's a reason, don't you think? I mean, they're not going to just remove him for no reason.
I don't know, this is art we're talking about. People get mad at it's good for the show.
Well, once our shitter full, I don't really care. What is that tribe called again? Camper what?
Coffee Thompson.
Anybody hungry?
Bitch! Bitch! Where's Chloe?
Outside in the kitchen,
Bitch! Bitch! That was that.
What was what?
That was Charles. Sing. That'll be funny.
Oh.
I told her what happened. Taller people trying to thief and steal my meat. Dirty little beggars.
Yeah. You know that we got an ascendant saddle from Brent's Road?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty nice one to bowl.
The egg is not 1,000 base if anyone's breeding it. Unless he's talking about his. Oh yeah? You know where your home is? Look more like I've got rid of that thing. I will go. Those two say every 5 minutes about it. Trolling in chat. The dude asked for a free egg, and asked for an egg, and he said, "What do I owe you?" I said, "Twerk lessons." He said, "Nah, dudes don't do that." I said, "You, Channing Tatum should be your idol." Being funny. I said I will behave. Zeb, hide the pole. I'll wait and imprint on the dreadnoughts whenever I go to pick them up individually, one by one, or moving them. Oh my god, I'm splitched. I thought they were supposed to stop the twerking in the freaking dreadnoughts. No, they're still doing it. Nope, dreadnought's still throwing it back at me.
Men swear they're built for war, but crumble under a conversation. I watched a man lose a woman who loved him down to his soul. Not because he cheated, not because he put his hands on her, but because every time she tried to tell him how he was hurting her, he treated it like an attack. She wasn't yelling, she wasn't nagging, she wasn't being disrespectful.
Damn, what was that?
What was that?
Did you see that?
Oh, it's in the bottom. What did I see that?
Why do you keep trying to feed me?
The engines will be done in the next couple hours. Wait, who's here?
Was he is?
Huh? Where are you?
On the roof.
Oh, you know what's fun today? I was thinking of the day. You want pizza?
I don't want no damn pizza.
Why?
We just said you're on the roof.
I did just come off the roof.
So why is this time also?
He's the one that gave me the dreadnoughts originally when we got here.
So you're off the one of your color ones.
He's got solid black ones.
You're the only one that does not want pizza.
He said hi to you.
Maybe this guy.
I just told you, the dude that that gives me all the stuff, the dreadnoughts, he gave me the cats.
So did you give him one?
No, it's not growing. I can't. Nothing. No.
Why so much of our stuff up in the sky?
Your dinosaur wants an imprint. Please tell me you didn't jump out the window with that. You did, didn't you?
Yeah. So what was you looking at on that?
I was just showing him my stuff. He showed me all his stuff at his place. Need berries.
Oh, these cars are gonna fully implement.
Is he still in here or did he disappear?
I don't know. That's how you might disappear.
Sound like he teleported. I just heard someone sound like they got up. Maybe they DC'd. Unless it was you that DC'd.
She was just asking to be loved the right way, but his ego was too dang old.
Here, take my plate too. Dump the food.
Oh, I get to use it.
No, it sounds like they're all finished. The gators. And don't worry about the dreadnoughts at the bottom that I need to imprint on. They're at 30%. And I can imprint on, do their last imprint on them when I go to make room for them. And who was he saying jumped out? The animal or?
Oh, he said something jumped out.
He said he jumped out.
Oh, then it would be them, not me.
I thought he was talking about your dinosaur.
Exactly. So I told you to warm it up.
This doesn't packet touch it always.
I heard. All that food right there. That is warming up underneath. That's a lot of fucking money. A lot of food.
What is it she's warming up?
Gonna cook pizza instead of you. Yeah, gonna cook something else and this is still here.
No, she needs to eat that.
Exactly. You need to warm this up. Then your mom could eat this.
I want like a salad or something. I don't want that crap.
Not waste it. That's my point. This needs to be eaten.
Mike, feed me a salad.
Food is expensive.
Feed me a salad. I know you didn't just take my spot. Mike, move your shit. I'm trying to keep my stuff together.
These people, but you can't do that. You can't waste it like that.
I'm trying to keep my purple ones together. Like, come on.
We're gonna need a stars building.
What do you mean?
You know how many amount of cryos and cryofish you're gonna need when you keep doing drops and bulks?
Well, I want to get this building to make it bigger.
You need to be wider, not bigger.
Okay, wider.
To make it going down the water line.
You going that way? Or that way?
I'm gonna go towards the front.
Well, we can go to the front now because I moved them trees. Them trees aren't there no more.
Go to the front though, you're gonna be blocking off the yard.
Yeah, you're gonna.
No, I'm not, because you said you're going to tear that building down and rebuild it.
Yeah, but I said I'm gonna rebuild it out of metal. I ain't gonna tear it down until I rebuild it, Megan.
Well, obviously. But that building don't need to be super fucking big. It just needs to be big enough for the items that are needed in it.
Yeah, now that we got this whole space, I mean, by the road, I'm gonna start it at the back of the roads, where Charles is at. I'm gonna build it here, going all the way up to the gate.
Now, hold on now. I've got you going.
Oh, I still think the gotcha building should go up there on the cliff.
The gotcha building will be able to go where the other houses are now.
I want to bring.
Further towards the Joker.
I want to bring the gotchas over, but I'm not bringing them over unless they have a spot.
I wouldn't do it yet. I still think the gotcha building should be up top on the cliff, on that big area, so it's isolated. Because he's wanting to take and move this from here and move it over there into that, so it has more room. Because this is kind of where he built it is kind of closed off.
Well, before I do that, I need to get a bunch of metal structures.
No way to get a whole bunch of metal is to keep doing purple drops.
You're going to need at least probably 400 foundations.
That's easy. Doing drops? That's easy.
Have we got any foundations left or not?
Yeah.
I'll put them inside your fucking building. Your building floor is metal.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of... There's even walls and stuff in there too, and pillars.
I'll put them all inside of the
cabinet.
No, let me speak. The dedicated storage box, the one I put on the wall, they all separated.
It wasn't the metal cabinet in there.
I moved it. Go inside of that building. Go inside.
I want to at least get the foundation place down because I can build the walls and the roof whenever.
Go to the right.
Over here.
Straight ahead.
He put it over here, Mike.
Where?
Over here where I am.
Oh, yeah.
If I was a snake, I would chew your head off.
Yeah, I need a lot more than I've had. I mean, that's a star.
You want damage stone.
Why would I damage stone?
Don't hit any fucking wood.
It won't damage anything.
What?
Y'all left my car chair outside? Y'all are so mean. Is it because he's black?
Really?
Can't say that. That's because of shit, man. It's just like that pizza. I done tried to cook the pizza and bring it forward and everything. Get the same day.
No, you didn't grab the stuff off of here.
I got the metal foundations.
I'm not on about the metal foundations, Mike.
I just DC.
Jump back on, Evan. Keep going. It's not like you're off and you don't want it dying. But you can't bring that food for in the studio, they call it trash. Continually, the big thinking here. What's the consequence for this? Come on, pick that trash up. So be the pig in here. Clean this mess up. But you get 200-300
foundation, they're doing drops. The red ones and the purple ones. The longer you stay in the drop, the more stuff you have.
And that needs probably like 400 or 500 roofs as well.
Log in.
400 or 500 what?
Roofs.
Well, it doesn't drop roofs. It only drops foundation, walls.
That whole base is made out of pretty much ceiling tiles and roofs mainly.
Yeah, it doesn't drop roofs.
Fucking
all the roofs that I brought over here, I had to build.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna make some.
So it's times 3. You better start farming with metal. Is it warm? But see this right here? Clean this up. You got to put the pipe right.
Now I gotta figure out where to put my bunny because I was collecting fucking berries.
That's gonna drive me absolutely insane.
Here, horse, hold this for now. You ain't got shit else to do. Come on. Let me fill that trough.
This ground is on flat over there. I'm gonna need ceiling tiles.
Well, yeah, we got to farm metal for that the ceiling tiles. It doesn't drop ceiling tiles. It just drops foundations and walls.
You didn't build yours on a flat ground anyways. You built yours on pillars anyways.
Who?
No, it is not. That building over there is made out of foundation.
Your gotcha base is built on pillars.
I'm not talking about the gotcha base. I'm talking about the house.
It does drop pillars. That's how I got 700. I got 1,000 more pillars at the other base.
Yes, I'll do it over here. And I'll build it facing outwards.
I mean, you're going to take it out and keep eating it out of the stove until you burn your hand.
Just make sure you don't build it too close to the cliff where you're going to put that thing. Or wherever you decide to put it. I would put it on the cliff though. Because if you got it too close to the house and you drop cryos on the ground, that means your gotcha will eat your shit.
Yes.
You do not want to put it anywhere near your shit.
I'm not building a gotcha house. I'm building this.
I get that, but you're talking about wanting to put the gotcha building where this house is, which is way too close.
The gotcha building is going to go on the cliff, like you just said.
Talking about that open space in the bottom.
I know that, but originally he said he was going to put it right here, and that's why I said I didn't want it.
No, because once I build this house again, you're going to have that whole space there to expand that building.
That's the only bad thing about gotcha is you drop anything on the ground and they will steal your shit.
Yeah, anything I don't want, you scrap, any junk, I
learned the hard way when old boy went to toss fucking eggs and shit to me instead of dropping it in the bag, and I had gotchas out in the yard and the gotcha sat there and ate it. Then he had to travel all the way back and go get more and bring it to me, even though he saw the gotcha there and he still tossed it on the ground. But
I would eat some more nuggets and fries. I don't want to go to waste.
I don't want that. I'll drink chicken broth or something. Son, do you remember how to make Mama's chicken broth? With the kettle, with the warm water? Because I don't want any heavy foods. I'm already feeling bloated as it is. Y'all are trying to make me fat, and I really don't want to be fat. Like, I will drink chicken broth the rest of the day. And just know that I threw some dreads and elephants on top of the main house. In case you were wondering. They are babies.
Oh.
I want chicken broth.
Oh.
I don't want any food, heavy foods.
You're going to wash that bowl before you start the food in. Because we're not using glass bowls so often. You need to put stuff and use them. And clean that condition.
She's not using my black and green cup?
No, she's using a glass bowl.
Son, you need to use my black and green cup, wherever it is.
She keeps cooking.
She probably likes it.
She's not cleaning a mess. I don't care if you're cooking, but you can't leave the kitchen like that. You know what I'm saying?
Are you gonna make the house just like it was before?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it the exact same, but just bigger.
Okay. As long as it's the exact same. Because I ain't gonna lie, I like running up and down the roof, and you take that away from me, I'll get bored. That is what I look forward to, is running up and down the roof.
I mean, to clear all these rocks out.
You want me to clear them?
Yeah.
All you gotta do is punch it with your tech suit.
And I'm gonna need to go to the main server and plant some roofs. Transfer them over.
You're leaving me? You know, some of these gates, if you wanted to, you could build some of the house where it extends out into the water. I think that kind of would look neat, to be fair. You know what I'm talking about?
What I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna start the house from over here.
From where the water pin is?
Oh, look. Let's start it here.
Where are you at? Hold on, I gotta jump the gate.
You're gonna start the foundations here. And I'm gonna build it so the entrance is that way, facing out.
Well, just make sure you leave enough space for me to be able to crawl my turtle and stuff through.
Yes, I'm starting here.
And just remember that I do got the door here. This is where, right here, is the room, the egg room, for when you want to throw your eggs out.
See, I started there.
No, you can start a little closer. I'm just saying, just remember it's there.
Oh, because some of this ground is unflat that I'm gonna need to use ceiling tiles for. See, look. Here the foundation goes down like that, so I'm gonna need tiles from this part.
I mean, personally, if I were you, I would clear this whole area over here and have the house where it's at an angle over here.
I can, but I can't go here because look, then it's gonna look like this.
You're not listening to me.
You're not listening to me.
I am listening to you. Why don't you pick all this?
You made a comment about building it out to the water. The only way to build it out to the water is starting it here. And then having the back part, just let me build it, you'll see when it's done. But as of right now, I'm going to need to use damn ceiling tiles too. Because it's so uneven here.
I mean, if you don't want to build in the water, you don't have to.
Need this rock moved.
What rock?
The one there.
Hold on, I can't see. Why is it not letting me hit it? I'm lagging. It's not letting me do it. There it is.
Then I thought to go to my outfit, step there a little bit more.
Mike, do you want that foundation uneven?
No, I'm gonna go have to do it. I'm gonna go
Because it can be fixed. What I'm saying, I can raise them up to make them all level.
All gonna need to be level too.
Well, yeah, I can raise them up to make them up.
That's okay. It's chicken broth.
Just know, Megan, that the animal pen is probably gonna be here. Well, I'm out here looking you to come in.
What?
I'm here.
I was getting rid of the material off of me. Where are you?
I detected the other end. Oh, that detected the other detective. Like you go to Diamond's place.
What is this gonna be?
This part right here that I'm building here is going to be the animal farm. Like it is on the other base. And it's going to extend probably all the way to here. And going down here. So this whole gateway is going to be blocked off.
That's not my... I thought I wanted it in my cup. That means now I can't even hold it. I don't even know where you're gonna stick that.
Can I make myself some chicken broth?
Sit it right there.
Can I touch this and
Go
take it off?
ahead, I don't care. How many cubes did you use? One or two?
One.
Are you gonna need two?
Can I take it off?
You might need to add extra cube. Or give me half a cube and then you get a cube and a half.
Oh, fucking headache.
I got it.
You didn't crack it. What do you mean I have to crack it? Half a cube. Over here.
No. You get the whole cube. But I ain't wasting the whole cube.
No, I was gonna take half and give the other half to you.
I want a whole cube for me. Here you go. I'm gonna give you a bullet and squish it. Here, Mom. Yeah, you can make yours. This chicken bar tastes good though.
It'll dissolve on its own, son.
I just squished it for easier. There we go. For my end.
Can we just talk about this for a second? How would you get on top of all of this?
This is the best deal of the year. I got almost.
I had an agreement with the defendant, and we had reserved the campground for 2 days.
In order to do what?
I was filming a horror film for my grad school.
Okay.
Would you like some more water to that?
Graduate degree in?
I'm getting a graduate degree, but it was my final film project. So
Why?
it was very important that I get this
So
done.
you can have more.
And I had an agreement with Sarah, and
Yeah.
she said we were able to have a campground reserved from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturday.
Okay.
But our production was cut short.
Why was it cut short?
It was cut short because she comes over for some reason. She just decides to shut it down.
I don't understand. She comes on Saturday night?
Well, yeah. So when we got to the campground, nobody was there. You know, we go to the office. We check to see if any of the employees are there. Nobody's there. There's a note saying, you know, call this number if you need anything. We call the number. There's nobody's answering the phone.
Okay.
So we just decided to take matters into our own hands.
Hold on 1 second. It's not your turn. Go ahead.
We decided to take matters into our own hands and, you know, just start setting up where the second was.
Was it your understanding that somebody would be there?
Yes, they said they would both be there, the campground manager and the caretaker.
Okay. And who is the campground manager and who is the campground caretaker?
I'm the owner. Sarah manager. The caretaker is the
The caretaker is okay. You're the owner. He's the caretaker. Your understanding? Were you supposed to be there? Was he supposed to be there? When these guys?
I'm not supposed to be there, but I was pulled away on an emergency.
Okay.
And so I left the kindergarten in charge. He's been with me for 15 years and is extremely reliable and knows how the camp works.
When you say you left him in charge, did you tell him to be at the site because right now the campground is closed, right? Like it's not open yet.
No, it's closed for the winter.
Am I the only one that feels like this is like the start of a horror film? He went there to film a horror film, but little did he know he was going to be in a horror film.
So you don't know. So like when these kids were going, when this young man was going to shoot there, you were letting them shoot there because the campground was closed, and I presume you paid. What did you pay? In each to take there.
Yeah, I paid a $150 for the 2 days.
Okay. You weren't going to be there, but then he wasn't there according to them.
Well, he was pulled away in an emergency.
Hey, you're doing it. I didn't.
We set up and we were getting ready to film the campfire scene. It's the most important scene of the movie, right? And she comes in, she just shuts it all down.
How does she shut it down?
She says your kids are drinking alcohol and you're using firewood that's not appropriate for the campsite. Even though the caretaker said, you know, there's no firewood available. You have to go to the hardware store. We have no idea where the hardware store is, so we go and we grab some twigs in the forest and we set up a campsite. So you know,
Okay, I don't know where you said it and how you said it, but if you were going there to take this very, very important, incredibly important, most important scene, why did you already have firewood?
Well, they said they would have provided the firewood.
So that's what I need. So who said to you, we will provide the firewood? Who said that to you?
The owner.
She told you that when and how?
Oh, she told us over the phone, you know, that there was going to be firewood there that we could purchase. And so we just came under the assumption that.
Right, and then what happened? There was a phone number for the caretaker, and did you call it and talk to him?
We called the phone several times, but there was no answer.
Okay, so did you ever have a conversation with the caretaker and saying, is there firewood for us here to buy?
We did. Eventually, he shows up and he says, you know, there's no firewood here, so you're going to have to go somewhere else to get the firewood.
Okay, and then instead of doing that, what did you guys do?
Well, we grab the sticks and twigs in the forest. You know, it is the appropriate.
Where did you put it?
We put it in the fire pit.
Okay. You get there at 8:30 when your emergency's over, and they're in the middle of filming. Why? According to him, you were shutting them down.
Absolutely.
Why?
Oh, the behavior was disgraceful and
What were they doing?
They were running around all over the place.
I'm sorry, they're filming a movie.
Yeah, they were supposed to be filming a movie.
But running all over the place, making part of filming a movie.
No,
Yes, Your Honor.
excuse me. You're allowed to interpret. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. People were wandering all over the place, going into the darkness, drinking alcohol. There were kids under 17 years old.
Your Honor,
Give her a chance to respond, but first, you hear what she's saying.
Thank you. I didn't want to be liable for underage drinking on my premises. I think they were a danger to other kids and to anybody else who was there. The campground was completely shut.
How do you know that there was underage drinking?
Because they were beer cans. That's it all up.
How old the people are?
They looked extremely young.
So you guessed. They all look young to us, right? I did the only way is where everybody looks. Absolutely. But then you're like, you're 28, like you have no idea how old they are. So you guessed that there was underage drinking.
Yes.
Okay. Why else did you shut them down? Any other reasons?
They were using firewood that they weren't supposed to. They were supposed to buy the firewood.
Did you tell him that it would be available for him to buy? Did you? Just a second. Did you tell him that it would be available to buy in your campground?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Was it?
Well, my caretaker was in charge of that.
Caretaker, it's your moment to shine. May I hear from you, Mr. Kindergarten? Please stand up. Come forward. Thank you. Was there firewood to purchase at the campground? No, it was not. Okay, so you tell them there's firewood to purchase. Don't worry. Then there's not. That sounds like you breached before they breached. Can I ask you something? How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, so you're filming. You know you have a contract that takes you till 10. She comes in. She's rather stern.
Yes.
And she tells you what?
She tells me you have to wrap all of this up. You have to leave now. Everybody has to go.
And you're in the middle of filming the scene.
I'm in the middle of filming the most important scene that's going to make the entire movie what it is.
And so what do you do when she says you have to go?
Well, I'm thinking of that because, you know, we still have 2 hours left to film. We have 2 scenes left, and we haven't even gotten to the other part of the campsite.
Do you wrap it up?
We pack up all our stuff and we go, and it actually costs us a lot of money because we have to do filming for the next day. We have to pay the actors and extra money. We have to pay the...
Are those actors going to be in the film the next day?
Yes, but...
If they were, then where would they sleeping? Because you're suing the hotel rooms. But those actors were in the film the next day anyway. So, in other words, how many really cost you the cost?
What? I'm drinking my chicken broth. What'd you say?
I'm so well on.
I can't. I got a big bowl in my hand.
I got time for some lemon stuff to sometimes.
I'm drinking my chicken broth to help with my stomach. My stomach feels bloated.
Ask me things, yes or no. I'll put a ramp there so it goes down to the foundation.
This round part here, it's got to be all level like this.
He's gonna make it exactly like the building that it is over there. Just in making it bigger.
Then we gotta go. You can't go closer to the water edge then because it's that hump and that drop off.
We'll just do pillars.
What's going to end up happening is I'm going to end up having to...
Pillars?
I'm going to end up having to go to the other server and make some ceiling tiles. A ceiling tile all the way over there.
Yeah, so...
All the way around. That's all even.
Right, I was looking at that. Well, I got like 50 ceiling tiles, so I can start.
Yeah, so if you stick a ceiling tile here real quick, well, I'm out.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm just thinking about it really good. Why did you tell me to take nasty?
I didn't say it tastes nasty. You did. No, I didn't. I said this is what people drink. My stomach's upset and feels bloated, so I wanted to drink it.
I'm drinking some too.
The hotel rooms, if they were going to be there anyway the next day.
The next day was just for collateral. We just needed just in case. You know, we didn't finish everything we needed to finish.
So you booked all those hotels that night?
Yeah, that night.
Who's your witness?
This is my witness, Amber, and she...
Come on up, Amber. Hang on a minute. How do you elucidate what's going on here? Were you there on the scene when this happened?
Yes, I'm co-producer.
Okay. And so she comes in, and what does she say and do?
She comes in very, very angry, accusing us of underage drinking, which
was there underage drinking?
No, the beer cans you're talking about were actually props. They were beer, but we were not drinking them. No one on set was drinking.
Nobody was drinking.
Nobody was drinking, and the running around was in the scene, which you can see in the script.
So what ends up happening? Tell me. You come back the next day, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you come back the next day, and then do you shoot the scene that was so valuable to you?
Well, we weren't able to shoot the climax of the scene because it was raining. We weren't able to make a campfire due to the climate.
Did you bring appropriate firewood the next day?
Well, we couldn't. There was no firewood to be available because it was all wet, you know.
It started raining at 3 p.m. that day, so we knew that we were...
So did you ever take the campfire scene?
Yeah, we ended up taping it on the school campus with, like,
candles.
Like, makeshift nighttime in a classroom, candles, flashlights, and stuff like that. It doesn't even compare to the real thing. So it definitely messed
You could have bought another camp with fire.
With the budget, we were already over budget.
We had to go out of pocket to take on this extra...
Who had that kind of cash that night to buy all these hotel rooms? You're suing for $1,395.
Yes, I went out of pocket, you know, and she went out of pocket to both chip in a little bit because it means a lot to us, this film. Yeah. And it was very important that we get it done.
Ms. Rampton, I'm trying to understand your philosophy, Ms. Rampton. When you come in, you really started acting like a den mother in charge of things because what? Because you saw beer cans and people running around, but you were making a film.
You're not supposed to have real alcohol on set.
Did you ever tell them that?
No.
Okay. So they have beer cans, and according to them, nobody's drinking. Did you see anybody drinking?
$25 a month forever. That's a great idea.
I know. I did all my best thinking in the shower.
Yes, I did.
Yeah? How many people did you see actually drinking?
About 6 or 7 on the actors.
And were they in the middle of a scene?
No, they were wandering off into the bushes and drinking and laughing.
Yeah, she's obviously trying to swindle her way out of not paying the
Listen, I've had so many students come and work on my property. And
How many students have talked to me now, Dan? How many students have used your property for filming?
Oh, I've had about 20 groups of students over
That
there.
many?
And I've never had a problem like this.
Okay.
This woman is making a slew of assumptions about these kids, not having a single basis for these claims, knowing very well they're filming for a school project. And in my mind, if somebody is paying for your property, they disclose that they're filming, and you're out here trying to police what they're doing. To me, she sounds like she's just a little out of touch, had a little power trip that day, because to me, these kids seem pretty harmless.
So you tell them to shut down? Do you tell them don't come back tomorrow, or you let them come back
No,
tomorrow?
I let them come back tomorrow, but I've shut them down because they had too much work to do and they've never been accomplished yet. There were like 25 more lines in the first scene. They had 2 more scenes to shoot. They had to go over to the other side of the background.
Just sit turn around. Like, you know how long that takes them to do. If they had until 10, what was your theory? That you are predicting how long it's going to take?
I'm a savvy woman. I can understand how, we have tents pitched in the campsite. I know how long it takes to put them up and take them down. I know how long it takes to put out craft services, which Mr. Kindergarten does, and put out the garbage pails. I'm aware of the time.
But if you rent him until 10, but he can do his job after 10. That's not, like you telling them, wrap it up because you guys are taking too long because there's 25 more lines. That sounds like you're getting into stuff. I'm not done speaking. It sounds like you're getting into stuff that is none of your business. Now, it's not like you got there at 10 and they weren't wrapping it up and you told them you need to wrap it up. You got there an hour and a half before they need to wrap it up. By the way, was there a fire? Did they cause a fire, or was the fire just inside the pit?
The fire was inside the pit.
Okay, and if you tell them that there's going to be appropriate firewood, and then Mr. Kindergarten tells us we're all out of firewood, then, well, how is this something that they did evil? Was anybody drinking? No. Not at all?
The drinking is problems. So,
Well, they were just props, but they're there. Right? Like,
But they were not making sense.
were they drinking after things got called down?
We didn't have time to rush it away.
Okay. Well, did you waste the beer, or did you drink it after you left?
We just poured it out at that point.
Poured it out?
Well, we're
With your bed, actually. She really poured it out? I can't actually poured it out.
I'm 21, so it's not wrong for me to drink.
How old were the other people that were on there? Was there anybody 17 on there? No. So,
Everybody was 18 and up.
18 and up.
The only people that had alcohol in their hand was over the age of 21.
Okay. And open or not open?
Not open.
Okay, how you feeling the scene with it closed, though?
when the camera was rolling around the fire pit, beers were open, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
But they were, like, we were just holding them.
Right, but when you're filming, is the point of the proper dance to drink it?
Yeah, but
Then how is it that you're telling me that nobody was drinking?
I misunderstood what you were saying. Like, oh, were you guys just drinking?
No, I'm asking you in the scene, were they not drinking?
Yeah, they were drinking.
But everyone over the age, everyone was 21 and over was drinking.
Who had a beer in their hands? Okay. All right, let me see the receipts where they were going.
People were from out of town, so we didn't originally need to have hotels for them, but we did because we had to refilm the next day for the fire scene. That was going to be at nighttime, but then it was raining, so we couldn't.
What is it you're suing for? You paid $895 for the hotel rooms?
$895 for the hotel rooms and an extra $100 for each 5 of the actors that had to come in for action.
So another $500 over that?
Yes.
I didn't know that you had enough evidence, Ms. Rampton, to shut the thing down. And there's no question you shut it down. You're very proud of it. You walked in, you saw a bunch of students, you saw them, they were drinking, going into the bushes. If you were there all day, did you see the beer props, Mr. Kindergarten?
I did.
Okay. And did you have some alarm over that?
I mean, they were telling me that that's not the real beer, that's the fake beer container.
I don't want to say anything else.
What's a fake beer?
You can buy it, yes.
They're available on your list because the firewood wasn't. So, yeah, I'm going to tell you, I don't think you had any right to shut them down that night, and I'm finding in favor of the plaintiffs in this case.
It's really unfair.
Okay, you know what? You're going to pay them $1,395. That's my verdict.
everybody else.
This case is surely an odd one because the defendant seems to have this entitlement that she had every right to shut it down, which I guess if it's her property, she technically does have the right to shut it down, but they weren't doing anything wrong. She made an assumption about them drinking alcohol, there being underage kids, there being not enough time for them to finish what they needed to get done, which is just a wild claim to say, because if the defendant had just minded her business and let them go on with their shoot, then they wouldn't even be in this position. So I think Judge Millian made the right choice. But I'm curious to know your thoughts on this case. Let me know in the comments down below.
I feel a little better now.
In agreement with the defendant.
So I tested the
Ellen, it's Armenia. She says she parked her car on the street and it got hit by the defendant's car at 5 in the morning. It's claiming her car was stolen, but she believes it. Was driving the car, was responsible for the damage to the car, and it's being the fuller story to cover up her irresponsible actions. She'd saved $1,000 cost for a total car. The defendant is Lacey. She says her car was in fact stolen and evidently involved in an accident with the plaintiff's car. She's very sorry the plaintiff's car got damaged, but she wasn't anywhere near the car. She's tried to explain this to the stubborn woman, but she still insists on telling it to her. So here they are. Let's get it on. She's accused of smashing.
All parties, please raise your right hands. This is for the next case of the day. The plaintiff parked the car and claims the defendant smashed it at 5 a.m. But the defendant says her car was stolen, so it's not her fault. It's the case if I'm smashed thanks to you.
Thank you. This is Elena Tarnia. You're suing the bosses to refer to you only as Lacey. Okay. For $5,000 for a car accident that you say was her fault. Tell me what happened.
I live in Far Rockaway, and I went to my son.
live in Far Rockaway.
Yes.
Okay.
And I went to Astoria to my son after mega storm because we didn't have electricity.
You mean after Hurricane Sandy?
Yes. I left my car there because I couldn't know how is the problem with the parking because was a lot of flooding in Far Rockaway. And then on 16 November, my son called me in the morning at 8 o'clock and told me, Mama, your car is completely destroyed.
Did he say how it was destroyed?
Yes.
What was wrong with it?
Another car, a Ford, struck the car in front of me and my car. The other car in front of me, Honda, was completely destroyed, and the Ford went on the sidewalk and thrashed the pole on the street, on the other side of the street. Yes.
And how did you know all this? Did your son hear the accident?
He heard a noise, but he didn't know because in this intersection happens a lot of accidents.
So he didn't walk out until the morning and then he sees...
No. When he saw the accident, he called me. Then we went to the police in Astoria and they got the police report.
Okay, can I see the police report?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so according to the police report, the Ford hits your car and the car in front of you, and the driver of the Ford leaves the scene of the accident and leaves the car behind.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. All right, so then by the time you get there, the Ford is gone.
Was gone and the Honda was gone because it was completely destroyed.
Okay, what year car was this?
1992.
1992?
Yes.
BMW.
Yes.
What kind?
520.
520. Okay, got it. 525. Okay. And how do you come up with $5,000 as the Blue Book value of that car?
The value of my car, I appreciate 2,500. And the stress that I have from this accident is more than 5,000, but I couldn't ask more than 5,000.
Okay, so you understand that the Blue Book value of your car is not 5,000, right?
No.
You know that because the Blue Book doesn't even go that far back.
Yes.
All right. What happened here?
My car was stolen.
When was your car stolen?
I parked my car on the 15th. I live in Jamaica.
15th of what?
November 4th to 15th.
Okay.
I came out November 16th on my way to work around 4. My car was not there.
Okay.
I had my car parked on the neighborhood driveway.
What's a neighborhood driveway?
It's just a driveway in my neighborhood, and since I had an expedition, it's hard for me to find parking. It's a very big car. Yeah, it's a very big car.
So you were parking in somebody else's private parking lot?
It was exceeding the limit of it. Like my car, the whole body of it was in the proper place, but some of it was still in the driveway.
Okay.
Okay. So I came in.
That's not a community parking lot.
No.
It belongs to an apartment
It's a driveway.
Whose driveway do you park in?
I didn't park in the driveway. I was blocking half of it. I was blocking half of somebody.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. So the first time you snoodily explained that. Why are you blocking half of a driveway with an expedition?
Because it wouldn't be a problem.
It's hard for you because you couldn't find parking space.
It wouldn't be a problem unless I moved it before 5 p.m. That's when the person that lives there comes back from work.
Does the person who lives there know that you do that?
She's seen me. Yes.
The defendant's saying that the car was stolen, but it really wasn't stolen. Is this suspicious to you that it was actually towed because she was parked illegally?
Yes, sir. Suspicious.
Does that ruin her credibility?
Oh, yes, definitely. She's definitely lying.
I mean, when somebody starts lying about something this important.
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, you lie about it. You were either towed or it was stolen, but it was towed, so.
And it's a relevant fact.
Exactly.
There you go, going inside the courtroom.
She has seen you and complained to you. What the hell are you doing?
No, I asked her. I was like, would it be a problem? She's like, no, because unless it's.
So why'd you say she's seen me? Instead of saying she gave me permission?
Because it's not really permission, it's just be sure that you move it by this time and we wouldn't have an issue.
So when you go out, it's not there, and what happens?
I place a call to 911. They come to the scenery and they tell me that you can't. Yes, I am.
Okay, swallow it.
Really?
Well, either that or spit it out. Would you like me to send a garbage can your way so that you can show a modicum of respect for the courtroom?
Thank you. Sorry.
So you call 911.
Yes.
And do you file a stolen car police report?
I attempted to, but they told me that it was too early to file a complaint because they were saying that it probably was picked up because it was improperly parked.
So then what happens?
They told me I had to wait. So I went back home. On Saturday, I recalled them again. So they said that my car has been picked up by the sheriff's department.
Who said that?
Plates came up. The cops are responding to my call.
And then what?
They're saying that they have it, that everything is okay because I had two.
Everything's okay? They have your car.
Yeah, the towing company has my car because I illegally parked it and I had 2 pending tickets. So the guy that I spoke to at the front, he was like, no, it was a misunderstanding. The marshals had it. So then they gave me the information, the phone numbers and everything. I actually called them when my time goes, like the next day.
Why did you just call them right there while you had the cops in front of you?
Because it was late and it was closed. They opened up on Monday.
See, this is important. Do you know why this is important? Because she thinks, what is it you think, ma'am?
I called the company of insurance. She thought that she's not involved in an accident because
she told her insurance company that she wasn't involved in an accident.
Yes,
right?
For that
she
reason,
wasn't driving.
And for that reason, they don't pay me as.
So now the insurance doesn't cover you, and she's saying to me, well, Judge, I wasn't driving it, so I'm not going to cover it either. You can't, she's just going to have to eat her damages. Now, what I'm going to make sure of, okay, as a judge, is what? That the car was actually stolen. That's right. And so you don't want your insurance to come up. You don't want to pay for her car. So what's the easiest way to do that? To say your car was stolen. Well, not in this case. I'm just saying the truth. Really? Because you know what I find suspicious? There's no stolen car report until you find out about the accident, which is substantially later. Yeah. Right. That's what. See, I don't know. Maybe call me crazy. But if I walked out and my car wasn't there, I'd assume that my car was stolen and there would be a stolen car report. According to you, not only do the police continue to refuse to issue a stolen car report, but they tell you it's with the marshals, it's with the sheriffs, it's this, it's that. And then, as it turns out, was it ever with the marshals or the sheriffs? No, right? Because according to you, your version of this is that some mystery man or woman was driving your car and crashed it and left it at the scene. Probably not the marshals or the sheriffs, right? Which would mean that the marshals or the sheriffs never had your car. Which would mean that you're making up this whole thing about the sheriffs telling you that they had your car, or the marshals telling you that the sheriffs had your car, or the cops telling you that the marshals had your car. Because as it turns out, a civilian has your car and crashed it. And you know who that civilian is?
You.
You.
Okay, but no, that's not the case in this time. It's not. I wasn't driving.
I have never been sure of anything.
I did the right thing. As soon as I didn't see my father,
Then show me one stitch of proof. Let me give you a laundry list of all the stitches of proof you can give me. You'd show me your phone records where you really called the police that day to report it stolen. You'd show me paperwork from the marshal or the sheriff that they took your car. You would have a stolen police report. You are saying this because you don't want your insurance to be canceled and because you want her to eat it. And you know what? It's kind of crappy. It makes you a kind of crappy human. You know that? Yeah, you know what? Hey, the lady, $2,500 verdict for the plaintiff, which is the blue book value of your car.
Coming out on the losing end of this case is the defendant right here. What's your reaction?
what can I say? It happened.
You're standing in front of the judge. She sees right through your story. It doesn't hold together.
It's not saying throw me. She ain't like let me explain much of it. I know what occurred, and that's what it is. But I guess.
All right, head right down this way around the corner. So come on in here. All right, so how are you feeling coming out of the courtroom on this end? Happy?
Yes, because
Turn this way.
I recovered my
Yeah, go on.
what I asked for my car that was completely destroyed.
Okay.
Thank
What are you
you.
going to do with the money? Going to get another car? All
I want to get another because I junked this.
right, Harvey.
I couldn't repair this.
You know, there's no smoking gun here, but there is plenty of circumstantial evidence, and that's enough to prove that the defendant seems to be a liar. And that will do it for this case. Litigants for the next case on the way into the courtroom right now.
You're my hero. You said you wanted in the butt, Daddy?
I got this fucking headache.
It's because you ain't been whacking that willy.
Every motherfucking reason, man. Every time I've had a headache and you said do that, it never works. Never. Not once.
And you also go days and days and days wearing them freaking glasses, never giving your fucking skull or your eyes a break from it. It's like taking a magnifying glass and holding it to your eyes.
You're not ugly. Well, you can do it one by one. What do you mean?
I need your help. They're just laying there.
Well, just let the kids do what they're doing.
I know, but you need to keep an eye on them because I'm trying to do the laundry and I gotta start cooking.
Really? At what time you gonna get your ass on and start helping her? So. I'll be here for you to listen. You know what you be doing? You know what you be doing?
No, why don't you call my mom?
So you're gonna be helping me. Where is something listening to her?
No, mom.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this? You ain't no papito. You passing the picket line. Huh? Passing the picket line. Okay?
Ma, it's not that serious.
I'm serious. Oh, I'm serious. He's serious.
Get him.
Ryan, can you help me? Because I'm trying to take care of the kids and do laundry. And then I gotta start cooking in a minute.
Well, you can do it one by one.
What do you mean? I need your help. You're just right there.
But just let the kids do what they're doing.
I know.
I am here to collect my $3,000. My last 2 weeks of employment at the daycare, she did not pay me, and I'm here to collect that.
Okay. So this woman owns a daycare facility that you work for? Okay. And how long did you work there, sir?
I was there approximately 2 months.
Okay. So you did get paid up until the last 2 weeks, and then she withheld those funds?
Yes.
Okay. Why would she do a thing like that, sir?
Because she has insinuated that I have stolen a couple of items off the premises at the daycare.
What is she saying that you stole, sir?
A drivable toy car and a watch.
Okay, interesting. So give me a little bit about your background, Mr. Kingston. You work with children, you're in a career, or?
Yes, I have a degree in childhood development, and I love teaching.
So how was it in the beginning, sir?
You know what? We had a pretty good relationship, but it took a turn very quickly. I noticed that she wasn't quite fond of males. I'm the only male teacher there.
You know what? I'm just gonna go out there and say it right now. This guy has a very kind face and energy. I don't believe him, and we just got started. I don't know what it is. I trust him. I would trust him.
Very first thing that I heard out of her mouth, it's very unusual for a man to work with kids.
What did you think she was implying by that, sir?
You know what? My mind went in a lot of different directions, and it put me in an uncomfortable situation.
And did she hire you?
She did.
Okay, so, okay. That's crazy, though, right? And I will get to hear your side in a minute, Miss Davis, but under, the premise of what you're laying out for us, it would be very inconsistent for somebody to hire someone who clearly presents as a man to work with children at her daycare facility and then condemn that very hire for being a man.
Correct.
Okay. So this kind of continues. You're uncomfortable. You find it to be hostile.
Yes.
And at some point you turn in your notice?
I did.
Okay.
Gave her my resignation, basically saying the straw that broke the camel's back. Again, hey, I know you stole these items. I know that it was you. You were the only one around. Without having clear proof, there's no way that I'm going to work under those conditions. Here's my resignation. I'm out of here.
Okay. How did she take that?
Not well.
Not well. Okay. Is that why she withheld those last 2 weeks of funds for you?
Amongst other things, yes.
Okay. All right. Miss Davis, he lays out a searing case against you. What do you have to say for yourself, ma'am?
As far as I'm concerned, he was the only one at the time of the crime in the place of the crime.
Okay, I'm sorry. And she looks evil. Just look at her. She looks evil. But you know what, guys? Let's not judge a book by its cover. You really never know unless the evidence, shows otherwise. Let's just hear her.
You're saying it was a crime of opportunity, and he's the only one that had the opportunity.
And yes, and the only reason is because we have some footage.
So, why don't you go ahead and present your evidence to my bailiff, ma'am? Any evidence that you have?
Oh, I have.
So that I can evaluate.
Oh,
yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. And you're saying that he, Mr. Kingston, here owes you this because you're just convinced that he must have been the one to have stolen both these items.
I can't imagine who else. There was no evidence of anybody else being in the vicinity at the time.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm looking right at Mr. Kingston's resignation. Ms. Davis, I'm writing to formally announce my immediate, hence no other notice, resignation, effective immediately. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, so this is actually pretty standard. It's just a standard letter of resignation. So you didn't really get into your gripes.
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay. Why is that?
There's no talking to the devil.
Ooh. No talking to the devil.
She does look like the devil. And who used to say that one of the kids didn't take it accidentally or misplace it or bury it in the yard. There's so many things that could have happened.
I guess we're going to find out.
Miss Davis, are you the devil? I don't believe so. We got along fine until this happened.
Is it true, as he tells the court, though, Miss Davis, that you felt that he was particularly unqualified to be a good teacher and work with small children because he's a man? Is that true? Is there some truth to that?
I may have said something to the girls, but at this point,
You mean the other teachers?
the other ladies, correct, they're all ladies. The rest of the
What did you learn? That you feel a way towards male teachers?
Oh, no. I have no problem if they're qualified.
And why are you implying in my courtroom that this man is not qualified?
Only because he was seen on that footage, and it's become a mystery ever since.
Okay. Let's look at this footage. I do know that the defense has submitted this footage, video evidence.
And there he is.
Cause she is everything you imagine. Grab a hold of me when it happens. Your system immaculate and it's magic. Take your lucky stars, I'ma let you have it.
I know that ain't it. Miss Davis, what did you want me to make of this?
That he was in the place.
That he was at work?
That
he was at work?
That's right where it was. That he was in that camp.
That he was in a classroom?
Yeah, where the car took off and the watch took off. That's footage of that.
No.
Yes.
When you're looking for a problem, you're going to find it. In regards to that footage, I was actually decorating the classroom, putting up new things for the kids.
Well, this thing, Miss Davis, that footage at its best is limited. All I can really tell from that is that it was Mr. Kingston, but all I can tell is that he's on your premises, which he should be because he works there.
Your Honor, he had no explanation of why he was there at that particular moment when those two items disappeared.
Okay. According to Miss Davis, Mr. Kingston, you sitting on a drivable toy Range Rover somewhere at your garage. Is that true?
Listen.
You balling in the streets with the kids?
In the streets.
Yeah.
I drove it all the way home.
Yes.
Yeah. He took a children's toy. Like, why would he take that? That just tells me that there's a kid that found the watch, thought it was cool, maybe thought it was a toy, didn't know how valuable it was, took the watch, and maybe took the car because they thought that they could. Like, kids do silly things like that all the time. Like, this is just all being blown out of proportion. Do you think that this, this lady might be a little bit on the R-word side? You know what I mean? Maybe she's a little discriminatory. I don't know. Maybe. What do you guys think?
Actually.
Yeah. Sheesh. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, let's get the investigation going a little further. We have asked that Mr. Kingston here submit to a polygraph to the court. And while it's not controlling, it can be compelling. So let's go ahead and see the results of this, Mr. Kingston. I don't want to be clear with the court that neither the defendant nor the plaintiff have seen these results at this point. We will all be finding out the truth together. Okay. Is your name Bradford Kingston? The answer is yes. The test determined that is truthful. Did you take the missing car a la Range Rover from We Shine Bright Daycare? Mr. Kingston said no. The lie detector determined he's being truthful, ma'am.
I told you.
Did you steal the men's designer watch from the daycare? Mr. Kingston says no. Lie detector determines he's telling the truth, ma'am. I'm looking right at it. So listen, I do think at this point if you are not the devil, you owe this man an apology.
I cannot apologize till I know what the answer is. Who stole the car? He could have put it in something and got it out of there. And who stole the watch? These items are very expensive.
Ms. Davis, the court has heard its final word from you. You can remain silent the rest of this hearing. Mr. Kingston, I'm going to let you have the final word here, so I think you've earned it, and then I'm going to go ahead and make my ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Never worked for people like this. Make sure you do research, your background, before you step into any type of situations like this. I have gone through so much behind this, and the lie detector just told you everything. And I'm a little emotional right now because how dare you accuse me of stealing anything? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, what the court finds deeply troubling, Ms. Davis, is not only your haste in accusing this man of something so egregious, but your willful ignorance and denial of a truth that's being presented to you by an objective and reasonable party today via this court. which tells me that you don't believe it because you don't want to believe it. You've already identified that this man is of poor character. You've already stereotyped this man. And I keep saying that, man, because you have a certain disrespect and disregard for men in the child care space. And as such, what you need to do with that prejudice, because that's what that is, you have a prejudice against men working in child care. And therefore, as a daycare owner, you should not be inviting men to work for you and then exposing them to the type of discrimination and hostility that is clear that this man has endured. And Mr. Kingston, this is what I'm going to do for you. You worked those final 2 weeks. While I do recognize in standard employment practice, we like to give a 2-week notice. You are responding to severe hostility from your employer. Thus, your lack of notice is excused. You will be totally awarded your $3,000 that you had asked the court for because you worked those 2 weeks and you earned it. As for your countersuit, Ms. Davis, it is with great pleasure that I dismiss it entirely because you have shown the court zero evidence. And I know you don't think that little flimsy, thin tape was supposed to sway me in any way. The court rules in favor of the plaintiff's claim for $3,000, and the defendant's counterclaim is dismissed in its entirety to my satisfaction. That's my ruling.
All right.
You know, I have a few.
$19.
Michael.
Automation is a seismic change that is being sold across
doing?
the B2B payment space. Why don't we talk a little bit about the benefits of automation that you have seen out of the...
Heather, you called the show.
Yes.
Very convoluted.
To the girl that said that this is something like gets better with age. Why? A bold man's cock. What is something that gets better with age? Why?
The fathers with daughters.
My morning routine. Dare you? How dare you?
I had answered an ad on Craigslist that said pet friendly. And I made, contact with the landlord, Simone, and she said I could have a dog. And she promised me that the rent would be only $650, that I'd have a room, and I could move all my possessions in. Don't worry about it. And when I did, all of a sudden, all the tenants had an issue with my dog. And my dog, because of the crisis, had to remain in a humane society for over a period of multiple weeks because they said I could have a dog.
Did you have a lease or no?
We had a verbal agreement, month to month or forever long. I wanted to stay because what
From month to month, it's either month to month or you have a written agreement, and month to month is for however long until they tell you got to go, and you have 30 days to go. They have to give you 30 days notice, but you can't just say I'm not leaving.
No, what had happened was that I have a lawsuit that's pending right now because I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety because I was in a bad 2010 truck accident, which left me partially disabled.
Okay.
And what happened was I'm waiting on the settlement to come in so I could purchase my own residency.
That's great, but that doesn't mean that your month to month is interpreted differently than everyone else's legal rights for a month to month. Your month to month allows you to get 30 days notice, and then you have to leave, just like any other month to month. Your month to month is not special because you're waiting to collect on a lawsuit. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So she tells you when that you have to leave.
She told me that she was trying to sell the house.
When did she tell you had to leave?
In the middle of January.
When did she say it is what I mean? Okay, middle of January, she tells you have to leave. All right, and then, so what happens?
I explained to her that I can't leave, that you just moved me into a house. You're telling me to put the utilities all in my name, but I hadn't signed an agreement that I had to put the utilities in my name.
Because who's going to pay for your utilities?
Well, what happened was when I moved in, one of her friends, which was a tenant there, had utilities in his name.
Okay, how long did he live there with you when you moved in?
He moved out at the end of January.
Okay, when he moved out, he's going to take the utilities out of his name. Do you understand that? And then you're the only guy left living there in February, right?
But I was supposed to pay $650 for rent and then pay additional utilities, not have to be the person that the utilities name is in.
Why can't the utilities be in your name?
Because at the time, I couldn't put them in my name.
Why?
Because I didn't have great credit.
Okay.
And also required a deposit.
So now, it's now February.
She ain't took some dogs out in a while.
Cut off because the tenant leaves and takes it all
What
out.
happened was the tenant moved out. He turned the gas off, and then the electric, which I was told was in Simone's name, was turned off on me. And what happened was when I called the gas company because it got to be too much because the house went down to freezing temperature where the water in the toilet bowl was frozen.
Who turned the heat off?
The tenant.
The tenant. What tenant? Wait, the tenant that left took it out of their name because they left.
Yes.
So you did not turn it on, and she did not turn it on. And then how does it end up getting turned on eventually?
Because what had happened was I kept telling her, please turn the heat on. I'll give you money. I can't turn it on in my name. And then it went after a short period of time, and I was able to save up a certain amount of money to put out for a deposit.
To her?
No, to the gas company, electric company.
Okay, to get heat.
Yes.
All right. Now you're still there now, right?
Yes, because what had happened was
And you have the house to yourself, or is there still a roommate there, a housemate?
all the roommates have moved out.
Okay.
Okay.
And why did all the roommates move out?
He was very confrontational to them, and he was disrespectful to their privacy, and he came in all hours of the night with people in and out all night. We'll have a statement from one of the roommates also.
Let me see.
It was at this moment they knew they should have stayed at a Hilton.
Do you have an eviction proceeding done?
I had one, but I took it out because I'm giving him a chance to begin. He wants a house to himself, but at a normal rent for a full house, not $650 to have a full house.
See, but why would you do that? Why did you take an eviction proceeding?
I had an attorney, Your Honor. My attorney, he thought that was the best thing, not to do an eviction for
Did you ever
$650.
turn off the electric or the heat on him or anything else?
It was in my name, and I still have the water's in my name. The water's still on. It's never been turned
Was the water ever turned off? No. Do you have any proof the water? Did you say the water was turned on?
Yes, it was.
When was the water turned on? Do you have any proof of that?
I had recently sent a text message to Miss Simone about her daughter sending a text message to me about admitting that they had turned the valves on. And I
Let's see the text messages. Did you step on a...
Never heard that you weren't able to put gas or electric or even water on just because you have bad credit. I feel like if you are someone who's renting and available to rent a lease, then you should be able to put your name into some sort of utilities to turn them on. If you aren't able to do that, then how is it that you were able to even qualify to rent a place to live? This guy, there's something about him that's rubbing me the wrong way, and I think that he's doing something.
Mike's going to do another drop. Doing a drop will get this foundation a lot easier, a lot faster.
Well, if you take off to that other game, we ain't gonna be seeing you the rest of the evening.
Hey, need to change the face for a minute.
You're gonna go play a free game for what?
A little aggressive, but huh? Well, yeah, it's a little too much.
gonna pee, take a shower.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or I'm gonna do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then I can stay up. That the time to tomorrow as well. I go to work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I need you to look into that Amazon.
Looking at what Amazon?
All the Amazon Prime that's coming out that's just going to my phone number.
Stuff that normally comes out, I just didn't skip it. I forgot about it. Normally they send a notice, just like I forgot about that freaking PetSmart shit. The only thing that shouldn't have came out was the fucking Savage Fenty stuff. That shit was supposed to have been canceled. I don't know why the fuck it keeps coming out. Michael, are you done? Are you done yet? Why do y'all gotta talk like that?
You want baby? You are we go just in this house. You must stay in so just in it.
I need more tech drops.
You got the stand up sitting in the damn thing.
Where?
And the replica. It's stand up just sitting there.
The big replicator?
Yeah. In that building that you're sitting on.
Well, I didn't know.
You told me to bring 10.
I mean, you didn't say anything this morning, so I assume you didn't do it.
You got 10 tech sitting in there. I brought them yesterday.
No, you brought them today. I said it to you this morning.
Go look in there.
Hopefully that baby don't fall through. I need to put more. I'll stick the drops down in here for now. I had an itch.
There's 10 in there. What's in? What's rest of them?
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's only 7.
Nah, I made 10. I bet they straight to the left.
Huh? Those were already there.
I made 10.
I'm telling you, these were already here.
Okay, but I made 10. I brought 10 over.
I'll grab whatever I can and stick them here long enough for me to throw the babies out.
I put a bunch of meat in your fridges. Your fridges are full. Meat I got from doing that drop.
Well, that's why I threw that thing out to put the meat on. I was black bagging it. I mean, technically, if you think about it, I got 10 here anyways. There's the 3 that we made the other day. Let me fill these.
Well, yeah, I got something. I got meat in the fridge. Look at me. I'm gonna just something that's out. You're not leaving like that.
Why you keep stealing my tissues, damn tissue thief?
My bad, I stole more. These tissues are weak.
Pick it up. Talking to Sutton. Yes.
What am I supposed to do with this? Mom, let's go in.
What are you talking about?
I said somebody would open and get out. Like fully open.
What the fucking lag? I'm having a little too much for that. I thought you said that if I keep it in my inventory, it automatically fills.
It does.
Well,
Put it on your bar.
I have it. I put it in my inventory.
Maybe I can do automatically refills for the helmet. Because it automatically done it for me twice. On the island. When I was using it. Dog is going to bring me some paste from Extinction and I'm going to make some metal structures to bring over. If I can have a look back in on the island, that is.
I had to piss. I've drank so much.
I literally just got back from throwing up.
It's because you're a headache. You're probably taking that fucking medicine still.
I'm not taking it today. The headache just come out of nowhere. But headaches do that to you and make me throw up. Normally when I throw up though, my headache goes away, but I still have it.
I don't have a damn brownie.
Can I have a brownie? Yeah, my mom wants a brownie too. Can I have a brownie, please?
He never gives me a brownie.
Forgot.
We need 15 brownies because I'm fat. I got pissed. Really don't want to get up. You hear that? That was for you. I blew ass out of alert. He's being a bad boy. Why are you outside? Charles just took off again.
Yeah, he's gone to Extinction to bring me some kind of paste.
I'm about to log off. I'm gonna take a shower.
said, hey, I'll go away to it. I'm just laying it on the really don't want to throw them together.
You might need to.
I'll fucking hate throwing off the taste often. It's just disgusting.
Well, you gotta think about it. Your body's taking in something it ain't meant to take in.
Yeah, but the way it makes me feel off.
I don't know. Mama wants the ascendant whip.
Why do you need the ascendant whip?
So it lasts longer.
Oh, not fun.
Oh my God, you're so mean.
What? You ain't convincing me of shit. Go where? Ain't nobody done that shit. Why would you want to go to the fair for? That's weird. His turrets are in my way. It's freaking annoying. You can go upstairs and bring me down a cheesecake. Since Malachi doesn't love us enough to make us brownies. Wow. Tell him if he ever needs to hide a body, I'll keep it in mind that he didn't give me a brownie.
Not tomorrow. Why? I can get to the front door. I can get to the window.
Aren't you gonna go to the wall next? To the window, to the wall. Till sweat drops off my balls.
I don't feel like cutting myself, so we're gonna do this.
What is that?
Cheesecake.
What's wrong with it?
Solid.
Put the cup in the sink. No, you can't do that. That's the metal.
Metal?
That is metal around it.
Oh, what does that mean?
That means they go boom! You remember that time you put aluminum in the freaking thing and it caught on fire?
No.
Well, what do you think is going to happen when you use the big aluminum and stick it in there? You trying to make the freaking microwave explode? Ask Malachi what happens when you stick aluminum foil in a microwave. Mike, did you take some of the drops that was left on the replicator? Charles said that he made 10, and when I got there was only 7.
I'm taking it. I sprayed it up and down on the ones I made yesterday.
Well, that's what I told him. And I'm only throwing those drops there to try to give some space inside that other room. Man, I'll finish filming when I get back. I'm gonna go take a shower. You can cut it, but I'm gonna take a quick shower. I can't stop itching. Like, okay, so I got time. I ain't gonna be long. I need to take a shower. I mean, I'm already freaking got scratch marks all over my chest. I'll be so quick, I'm not even gonna log out. And you don't need to put it in a thing here. I got a bowl in here, just use it. I mean, it's only had chicken broth in it. I gotta do this.
Is that what? Is that what? Is that what?
Gotta pee.
They're talking to you. I'm like, who are you talking to? Is that what? What are you doing? Why are you talking to your mom? What do you want? Oh, there. Get out. Get out. You're sitting here staring at me while I'm cutting it. It's freaking weird. And then you're gonna have your brother come down and you're both gonna go cry. So go in the room. I'm gonna deal with you both at the same time. Malachi. Jameer. Lindy.
Right, go, down, down. Right, go, blue. Right, go, blue.
Just kissing all over stuff too. One thing about me was I heard about really my friends love it, you know. And then how tall do you think I am? By the way, you think I'm 16? I want you to actually try to guess.
Open up. Getting beat up by women. My toes. I'm going faster. Team one. So I know what you're doing. I got it much.
I gotta tell you something. I gotta tell you something. Get your butt up and go to your room. Now.
I do. It's mine. You belong to me. Ugh. Cheesecake's still frozen, even after my shower.
Because you need to pull them out before then.
Well,
You need to pull it out a day in advance.
well, there's a lot of things I can think of that you need to pull out and you ain't pulling out.
Really? I need to order some of that headache stuff that I never drug on my forehead.
Before, hey, Curbs, here.
What's wrong with this bathroom?
You don't even use that bathroom. You don't even shower in it.
That's why she doesn't clean that one. You should see the corners of that shower.
She just didn't get it right.
Exactly.
Step right around.
Please.
Step right around.
You don't have anything on you that will poke me, stick me, or stab me, do you?
Maybe a penis.
Okay. I would prefer not to get poked, sticked, or stabbed by that. Step right around.
If anyone sees this.
Are you trying to kill me?
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I know you like it hot.
Look at this place. It's a mess. It's bad enough my mouth is on fire, but now I gotta look at this filth, and that's after work.
She rented an apartment from the defendant, and when she moved out, she took pictures and video to show the place was clean. Now all of a sudden, the defendant's coming up with bogus reasons to keep her security money. Above the law, she's here to prove otherwise. Doing it with the $3,325 she is owed.
That's mine. Put it down.
Michael Copeland. He says, you're doing right.
Put my cat down, you thief. I knew you were going to do it. I never do it. Liar. Like, it is so dark in here. You're a brat. How long before he's coming back?
He should be on his way.
Mike, you're gonna get fucked in the butt. I don't care if he's looking, you gonna get it. Why is there a mech on top of me? What the fuck are you stuck on?
I'm not in the bar.
Get out the damn way. Can't stop farting.
Keeping the plaintiff's deposit. Woman never paid her portion of the rent for the whole time she lived there. Besides, the woman never gave him the proper notice when she left. If she wants a fight on her hands, she's got one now, because he's gonna come after her. He's accused of letting a lady kid down. Filed a countersuit for $2,440 for the money he still owed.
All parties, please raise your right hand. Welcome back to the People's Court. Next case in the docket. The plaintiff says her place was so clean when she moved out, you can eat off the floor, and the landlord screwing her by keeping the deposit. But the defendant says she was a deadbeat. Case of I got the beat.
Thank you, Douglas. Kiana Weaver?
Yes.
You are suing Michael Copeland for $3,325, double the security deposit that, according to you, he has wrongfully withheld. You have a claim against Kiana Weaver for...
You just watched me move it. It's right there with mine.
$2,440 that you say you are still owed based on the damages. How long did you live in that apartment?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. And was this a Section 8 apartment?
Yes, it is.
All right. What was your part of the rent?
It was nothing when I first moved there, and then like maybe down to the last 3 months before I moved out, my portion was $50.
So then you decide to leave. When do you decide to leave?
It had to been like the end of 2015.
When specifically did you tell him I'm leaving?
The end of August, beginning of September of 2015.
Okay, that's not the end of 2015. Okay, so the end of August began. When did you move to your new place?
I moved August 1st.
Of what year?
2016.
16.
Yeah.
So when I asked you when did you tell him you wanted to move, you told me you told him a year earlier. Okay, but then when do you actually say, hey, I'm moving out by such and such a date? When do you tell him that?
That was the August of 2016.
What day? You don't know.
I have papers.
Okay. How do you tell him? Do you tell him by text?
I called him. I lost his phone.
So you won't have any evidence of when you gave him notice. Because you know you have I don't care if you're a Section 8 tenant or not, you have a notice requirement. When did you get notice?
I got notice. I never received notice. I never received a notice. I signed a release form.
Who gave you the release form to sign?
Section 8, Imagine.
When did they give you the release form to sign?
Everything took place in the span of August, between the 1st and the 4th.
Of August?
Yes.
So when was it that you first learned that she wasn't going to live there?
August 1st.
Okay, did they pay you for August?
Yes.
Okay. And then you are suing him for that August payment.
Mm-hmm. Because I felt like I shouldn't have had to, once I moved, then that's when I had contacted my Section 8 worker, and she was like, well, Kiana, he said that you didn't give him the proper 30-day notice.
Right.
Which I really did, because I was in contact with Michael. And,
you don't even know what day you gave him. I mean, it's going to be pretty, it was hard for you then, it's hard for you now, but that's why you wouldn't be getting the payment in August, because you have to be able to prove that you gave the 30 days notice. People, it's not hard. People do that. They show the text, they show the email, they send a certified letter in the old days. You know, there's so many ways to show that you gave a person appropriate notice. He complained about it then, he's complaining about it now, and that's part of what you're suing for. But the other part of what you're suing for is your security deposit. First, let me just establish, there's no question there's a $1,050 security deposit, right, Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
That is the security deposit.
Yes.
Okay. According to her, you kept the money and then you didn't send her a letter explaining why you're keeping the money.
No, Your Honor. Like I said, once again, everything took place between August 1st and 4th. She called me August 1st, Michael, I'm moving. I'm moving today. I got approved. I'm leaving today.
Right.
I said, okay, Kiana, no problem. I said, but listen, policy and procedure is that you were supposed to give me a 30-day notice.
Right.
And that's when everything began. She became irate.
Okay, but what about the security deposit?
The security deposit, I explained to her. I said, now, you know we have issues already with the security deposit because of prior damages to my property.
What do you mean prior damages?
It was a.
When you say prior, you mean damages on her part?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have before and after pictures?
Yes. Well, I got pictures from how she left it. From how she left.
Okay, let me see the pictures from how she left.
Okay.
You don't have before pictures? Every landlord and every tenant should always have before and after pictures. Your side should be taking pictures of everything that's nasty so you don't get blamed for it. And then that side's taking step back pictures of how it looks good. And then when you move out, it usually looks the other way around. Your side's taking the step back pictures and that side's taking the close-ups.
These appliances.
What is this? What am I looking at there?
That's the entrance. That's as you coming upstairs and you get to the third floor entrance of her property.
Okay, is that a storage bin? What is it?
Yes, that's one of. She can explain
Well,
that
no,
better than me.
well, okay, what was in the storage bin?
You didn't even bother it.
Well, why did you leave books in a storage bin there?
I just left it.
You didn't want them?
No.
Okay. And maybe because somebody